They can see me, but they can't hear me.
Can you hear us now? Hmm.
So she emailed additional information.
I thought you said couldn't hear you. That's the message from earlier. Oh, yes. Can you hear me now? You can hear us?
Okay, you ready?
Oh, here she is.
Okay. She hung up on us. Accident, sure.
Yeah, just let me put the volume up a little bit.
It's almost as loud as it'll go.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It is 9 a.m. on April 12th, 2024. This meeting is done by video conference as well. For all participants, please remember that while speaking, your face must be clearly visible and your voice audible. Board members, remember to keep your video and audio on during the meeting and identify yourself by name before speaking. We're now going to conduct roll call. Vice Chair Skapansky.
Here.
Commissioner Allen,
Present.
Commissioner Brown,
Here.
Commissioner Combest,
Here.
Commissioner Heflin. Here. Commissioner Obiella.
Here.
Very good. We have a quorum. Thank you. All right, I'd like to invite Ms. Laura McLaughlin-Smith, very valued staff member of our team, to lead us in invocation.
First, I'd like to thank the commission for inviting me this morning. Let us pray. Oh, Heavenly Father, who has filled the world with beauty, open our eyes to behold your gracious hand in all your works, that rejoicing in your whole creation, we may learn to serve you with gladness. For the sake of him through whom all things were made, your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. O God, our heavenly Father, whose glory fills the whole creation and whose presence we find wherever we go, preserve those who travel, in particular the commissioners and our valued guests. Surround them with your loving care, protect them from every danger, and bring them in safety to their journey's end. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you
you.
very much. Okay. Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag. Right. I pledge
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Everyone had an opportunity to review the minutes. You'll see them in the green folder. Any changes or clarification to the minutes?
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the amendments as presented.
I have a motion by Commissioner Obiella,
Second motion.
a second by Commissioner Brown.
And just to be clear, it's the June 27th minutes.
June 27th minutes. Thank you very much. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Moving now to agenda item number 5, public comment. Mr. Sean. I don't want to mess up.
McElvain.
Please come on up. McElvay?
Yes.
Okay, welcome. For public comment, everyone will be given, yes, sir, please take a seat. 30 minutes, our general counsel will, 3 minutes, and our general counsel will also keep track of time for us. So at that time, we want to thank you all for being here for the benefit of your comment. So, welcome. You can begin.
Right. Oh, sorry, I wasn't sure.
You know what? Let me ask you, are you here for a public comment? Or are you here for a later agenda item?
No, I'm here for the funeral director.
Okay, perfect. I'm so sorry.
Could I
That-
find the wrong thing?
It's okay.
I'm
Yes,
sorry about that.
we'll visit with you a little later. Okay. Same thing, Carolyn Robles?
Oh, yeah.
Same thing?
Yes, correct. Irvin Salmron, I'm probably on there on the same thing. I
Yes,
apologize.
yes, sir. Is it, Suarez?
See it's for.
Are the funeral director license as well in Tyler, Texas? Okay, okay, all right. Anthony Lopez, same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yes, and then Chris Pinkney
Yes.
as well, okay. All right, do we have anyone online for public comment? If you're online and you'd like to make a public comment, please raise your hand.
Good morning. This is Kerry Gilbert. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. I
Good
appreciate,
morning. You'll have 3 minutes.
yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Gilbert.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to visit. I'm really coming with in 2 roles. One as a university will body program at the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center. And we, as you know, have traditionally supported groups that are medical schools out of state. And so I would just like to request that the SAC and the commission continue to work together to find a way forward on our out-of-state transfer issue. I know that the commission has an enormous amount on their plate. We are doing everything we can to try to provide the data that you need. And if there's something that you need that we haven't provided, we sure would like to do that. And try to see if we can't find a way forward. As far as I do serve on the State Anatomical Advisory Committee, my understanding is that Dr. Ali may not be able to speak today because he is out of town. And so ultimately, I just want to extend a plea to the commission that we continue to try to work together to handle the things that we need to, and we've been called to by the legislative statute. There are a number of things that have been submitted. We have a one-pager that needs to be handled according to statute. We have submitted rules, part and parcel edits that we have had ready for you. We have specific rules that have been drafted specifically related to applications for new entities, inspections, as well as handling the needs of the state of Texas. And so I mainly just have a question of what can we do differently? What can we do more efficiently to help the commission move forward on some of these issues that we seem to be stuck on? So my main question is, how can we help? We feel like we've been doing everything that we can, and yet we feel like we're somewhat stuck. And so just want to offer a opportunity to figure out increased communication between the commission and the State Anatomical Committee. So that's really my point. We have a surplus of bodies in Texas that could serve medical schools across the state and the country. And we're at risk of not meeting those donors' requests in terms of their last will and testament. And so we just want to find a way forward. So anything we can do to help, we want to be part of the solution.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gilbert, for the benefit of your comment. I appreciate it this morning. Are there any other public comments? Okay, seeing none. We'll move to agenda item number 6. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. First and foremost, I want to thank all of our incredible staff. They have been working very hard this summer, and they do it with a smile, and they're very gracious about it and exude respect and kindness. And I really appreciate y'all's hard work. You really are valued by not only just us, but the entire state of Texas. So first, I want to say thank you. Also, we'll hear a little bit later. I don't want to take away Ms. Kim's thunder on it, but the LAR, which you've all had a chance to review, we'll talk about that later on in the agenda. Also on the anatomical group, we have had very valuable stakeholders meetings over the summer, as well as the advisory meetings. All of those are published on our YouTube and can be reviewed as well, but we've got a lot of great input, a lot of good feedback, and our staff is working on shaping and developing everything as we go forward in rulemaking. We've been working on our executive director search, and I want to thank Ms. Brister for her incredible insight, leadership, and helping us through that from an HR perspective. It's just been wonderful and just made it so easy for us. And also our work group, Commissioner Skapansky and Commissioner Combast, thank you very much for all the time you took out of your personal day to really pour into interviewing and reviewing. So I want to tell you thank you for that. And a little housekeeping, Dr. Ali is not going to be able to join us today. So we will skip over agenda item number 7. And then later in our agenda, we are going to do agenda item number 10 after agenda item number 8, and then we'll do 9. Just so you know, we're gonna do those right after because Mrs. Kemp will be presenting all of that, so she'll be able to continue. Thank you all for being here. appreciate you making the drive. And, is there anything else that? All right,
You said agenda item number 10 after
number 8,
number 8.
correct. So we'll discuss those fees while, Ms. Kemp is giving us her presentation. Any questions? All right. Okay, turning to agenda item number 8, Mrs. Kemp.
Sure. Good morning. So I'm gonna start with, I'm actually gonna take a little bit out of order. I'm gonna start with the, Senate Bill 2040 implementation. And then we'll turn to the LAR because, or excuse me, the legislative appropriations request, because that will tie into some of our, the fee collection discussion. So, in regards to Senate Bill 2040, as you all know, we, by statute, we're required to transfer, all duties, responsibilities, property by September 1 of this year. Our staff worked with, University of Texas Southwestern to get all the physical property, by the end of August. And so we have that housed now. And then in regards to the funds, we received the last payment. I think we received the check, the Tuesday after Labor Day. It was a little over 72,000. I believe, I have the exact amount if y'all need it, but I'll pull that up in a little bit. And then, so where we're at right now is, we are working with, the Health Professions Council I know they're updating our website to where we can carry all the duties of what was going on with the Anatomical Board's website on our own. We're in the testing period right now, so until we complete those tests, we're keeping up the Anatomical Board's website. And we have since contracted with a company whose name is AppNet. We've contracted so that, basically we have full control of the website. Ms. Haynes and I spoke with, the company yesterday just to make sure we had, because through this website, there's 2 things that are happening. One is the website is how the, anatomical facilities or will body programs, if that's how they are registering decedent donors, that are donated to them. And then if there's like a smaller university or anatomical facility that needs a whole body or part of a body for the use of an anatomy class or some kind of bioskills training, they make the request to have those bodies or anatomical specimens transferred. That's also how they collect payment, although, and we'll get to this later. Right now, those fees are set to 0. And so we will be taking all of that on. We did get clarification from AppNet yesterday that myself, Ms. Haynes, and then we've also signed up for the rest of our licensing team to have that authorization. We are leaving Dr. Luke and one of his colleagues on to just so there's not a disruption of service. So until we can make sure from AppNet's end that it's a smooth transition, we'll be working with them to make sure there's not a stop in services. The other thing that we're having to work with is registration of decedents. So under the Anatomical Board rules, I think it was anatomical, at least the practices, I need to verify the rule, but every individual that was donated to either the Anatomical Board or a will body program, or I think there's one non-transplant anatomical donation organization that was pre-authorized before we took over. So under that system, they have to register any decedents that they or donate in which they received through donation. Those decedents are assigned a Anatomical Board number and given an Anatomical Board tag. We've since taken over the tag machine and we're working with, like we have the machine and we've got the computers, but we're working to figure out what the software is, because when we turned on the monitors weren't really working. And so we're trying to figure out the software to make sure that we get those on workable computers so we can keep the services flowing. And we've not had a chance to yet, but I will send out an email to let the authorized registered entities know that we're in the process of that. And then hopefully we can get that going soon. And those currently, originally they were being sent out in sets of 100. And that is something that we can revisit later, but so that's the next big step. And then the other thing is, as Chair Tips mentioned, we did have several stakeholder meetings at the end of July, followed by the Anatomical Advisory Committee meeting, and there were some very valuable contributions made. We will need to, I may be speaking out of turn. My recommendation is that we have one more meeting before the next quarterly meeting so that we can adopt some rules. Unfortunately, the legislative appropriations request kind of dominated my time, so I was not able to give it the attention that it deserved, but we are on track to at least get the application process, inspections, and I believe there's one other one in place so that we can move forward with the anatomical transition. I think that's all for the SB 2040 implementation. Does anyone have any questions or anything I missed? Yes, sir.
So you and I had a discussion. I just wanted to let the rest of the commission know about this. I was concerned that did we get all of the funds that were in the possession of the anatomical board prior to September 1st, and as it says in section 3.01 of Senate Bill 2040, and if not, how are we going to make use of those funds because of the biennium already? I mean, the first year of the biennium already closed.
Yes, sir. I was going to merge that with the LA, but I'll go to address it now.
Okay.
So, we did the 72,000 we received. I never received an estimate of what was left. And in the communications before it ended, it was mentioned that there were some last minute reimbursement requests that have been made, even though the anatomical board had not been collecting fees since April 2023. When I inquired about what those requests were, I never received an answer. Just one second. Oh. It's not happened yet. Okay. And then the other thing is, and I need to verify this with the comptroller's office, but because we received the funds after the end of fiscal year 2024. Okay, let me back up a little bit. So under the General Appropriations Act, which is the budget bill, they had us receiving a certain amount of money from the as a one-time transfer of fees from the anatomical board in fiscal year 2024. They did not have us receiving any money from the anatomical board in 2025. And so because we did not receive the check until 2025, we will not see any of the money that was sent in that last check. I'm going to verify with the comptroller's office see if, because it was dated before the end of the fiscal year 2024, if we can receive it. If not, it goes straight to the state's general revenue account, which is just their big account. When I talked with the legislative budget board, I think the one option we might be able to have is trying to get in a supplemental budget bill for next session, which is where the supplemental budget bill is where the legislatures will vote to realize there's several agencies that may have had more expenses than what the legislature had appropriated. And so the supplemental bill is to cover those expenses. So the goal is to request that we get in that supplemental bill and request that specific amount of funds be reappropriated, to us, so that we could at least use that to help staff in taking on all the new anatomical duties.
And the one point I wanted to make is it's not the Funeral Services Commission who was responsible for transferring those funds. They were supposed to transfer those funds during the 2024 biennium to us for use in the transition. And while the check was dated the last day of the biennium, they weren't actually received by us until after the biennium. And so the availability of those funds to us for use to the benefit of the entities that are regulated by the by the commission now
Yes, sir.
is not gonna be available unless the legislature gives us a special dispensation. And I just wanted to make that point that those funds should have been transferred to us in enough time to hit that biennium. Section 3.01 of Senate Bill 2040 requires the anatomical board to do that. And I just wanted to make sure that that was made known to the rest of the commissioners as well. And I appreciate your work in trying to recover those funds, which are essentially lost to us now because they were transferred so late in the first part of the biennium. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And because they weren't forthcoming with us, the State Anatomical Board, we are looking into a state audit as well.
Okay, thank you.
You had mentioned what was the total amount of funds that were supposed to be transferred?
Oh, well, I never got that amount,
Okay.
and I did look, cause I know, before he left, Mr. White had worked with Dr. Hubbard and Dr. Luke, who are the presiding chair and secretary treasurer of the anatomical board, for an agreement on when the funds were to be transferred. And so what I found through old emails was there was an agreed upon amount, which we did receive in February, which, Jock, I may need your help to remember the exact amount. I know it was 340. Oh, did I have it? Thank you so much. Okay, it was 394,575.35 was what we received in February as the one-time fund, and that was to help cover our internal database that we use to operate. We're going to need to make a lot of significant changes to that. So that was to help cover that, as well as staff that had been brought on for the purpose of helping with anatomical duties. There was no reference. They just said that a certain amount would be left for the anatomical board to wrap up operating expenses. I did talk with Mr. White to see if he remembered any number. He couldn't offhand, but he didn't expect it to be more than 100 to 200,000. I also spoke with Dr. Hubbard a couple of, after my first initial request for getting the emails, and he said to guarantee with Dr. Luke, because he wasn't sure the exact number, but he had estimated around 150,000. And so,
Left to be, okay.
yes, sir. So I think that was also where my concern came, because at first, in the communications, it seemed that it was just gonna be that they were gonna make sure all the website expenses were paid and all the moving expenses, which we'd already been in touch with the website company, and they told us it was under $100 that they would perform, I think, a month or a year. Like, it wasn't hundreds of thousands of dollars kind of thing. And then storage units, I didn't ever get a quote from them on what that was. I did ask, I believe, at least 2 or 3 times to get at least an estimate. So because this was all during the process of us drafting the legislative appropriations request. And so in the middle of all this, I had the legislative budget board asking for the estimate, the comptroller, our consultant, in helping us draft the legislative appropriations request, and the governor's office. And so there were several interested parties that needed to know what the final amount was. It was also brought to my attention by the legislative budget board that there wasn't supposed to be a second payment. It should be per our fiscal note for Senate Bill 2040. It should have just been one, but I wasn't privy to those negotiations, so I let them know this is just where we were at. That was another issue that we were having to deal with, because it was also affecting their ability to, I think, kind of finalize the estimates on their end as well. But so,
If I recall, we're probably about 60 to 70,000 short on that. Am I right in saying that?
if it truly was an estimated 150, then yes, it was like about half of what we received. But again, I never received an estimate,
And I remember the discussion we had at our April meeting about how tight the budget was and the concern about being able to allocate those funds for the inspections that we have already begun during 2024 to fulfill those budget items, because we're now covering those items with the transition. And I'm just I appreciate your efforts to try and recover that, and just a little frustrated that those funds could potentially have been lost. That'll be subject to someone else determining whether they were or not, but
Yes.
thank you.
Anything else on that before I dive into the legislative appropriations request? Okay. So, I will say after going through this, I have a lot of sympathy for accountants during tax season and hope I never have to do one again. But as y'all know, with the added responsibilities from the anatomical board, it has doubled the duties on our staff. But while we've kept the same staff level, we've not been able to bring anyone on at this point. A lot of the reasons was because we were under the impression we didn't have it in the budget. And so the bulk of what I put in the appropriations request was request for additional funding to bring on. It's still hard for us to, I guess it's still hard for us to estimate how many new staff we're going to need, because every day we're learning more and more about how just the anatomical donation industry, how big it is, or the level of depth. It's involved a lot of complex issues. It feels like every time we turn around, we're having to deal with a new one. So it's just, so this is based on our projection. I did connect with our licensing, inspection, enforcement divisions of what they thought with the new workload and the current workload of what we would need to set the agency up for success in meeting our statutory requirements. And so in that, I did a few things. One, I did go ahead and, okay, let me back up a little bit for background before I dive into all that. So I don't remember the exact term that the Legislative Budget Board uses for us, but our type of agency is the one that whatever funds we are appropriated by the Texas legislature, we are required to accumulate by revenue through our fees. We've never had a problem with that with the funeral side. We are having an issue with that on the anatomical side, but I'll get to that later, but want to just give that context that this is what we're operating within. The second thing is for exempt positions, which we just have one currently, which is the executive director position. That salary cap is set by the legislature when they vote on it in the budget every other year. Y'all's current one is just a little bit over 107,000, which, given the complex nature of, especially with anatomical, but I mean, there is some things with the funeral service as well. That is just not enough to get you to maintain and keep, good qualified leadership. And so I requested that for the fiscal year 2026, that the legislature increase the cap to, it was 149 and something odd change. And then for fiscal year 2027 to do 165,000. Just because, I mean, I've looked at what some of the legislative staff are making, as well as some of the other agencies. And this is, we're on the right track for it, and we want to keep y'all going that direction to do that. You want to maintain good leadership. So that is one thing we're requesting. The second is, so last budget cycle was Senate Bill 2040. The legislature gave y'all increased, that was the other thing, my bad. So we also cannot hire more staff that exceeds the cap of what the legislature gave us. And so under Senate Bill 2040, they expanded our staff maximum to be 16 total full-time equivalent. I think right now we're at 12, but it's like 10 full-time and 2 part-time. So we technically make up 11 FTEs. So we're operating under what they appropriated us. But I told the Legislative Budget Board through this process that, because again, they're all looking at the sunset to see where we're at with all these. And so what I was telling them is even though they've given us the 4 extra FTEs, we don't have, sufficient funding to bring on the qualified staff, for that. And so part as well as maintain, current staff, especially with the Austin, real estate, well, just cost of living. And so I believe the second exceptional item is to request additional funding to cover our current staff and the 4 FTEs we've received from last budget cycle. And then for this, and then the rest of the exceptional items are to cover, the new, staff members I was requesting. And so that I believe was, something equivalent to like an operations manager. I believe we're asking for an investigator, 2 administrative staff, because right now we have no administrative staff. So your team members, that we're doing everything from opening mail to writing briefs or licensing. So it's everyone's doing a really good job, but that having some admin staff would help free up our other staff to do what their experience and qualifications are focused on. And then I think, and then another attorney, because just as you all have kind of seen through this process, there's just, especially with the anatomical body donation, Texas is like one of 18 states that regulates this area. So we really are in kind of uncharted waters with a lot of legal issues that come up. And so a lot of times there's a lot of research that's required. And then on top of just drafting your regular rules, the funeral service, we need to look into updating our rules. So there's just a lot that would, and then also with our enforcement side of just the high number of complaints that we have, we really just need a dedicated attorney to also help with that. And so that was also why we requested another attorney FTE. And then I think the last one was just Health Professions Council. This is every budget cycle. We contract with them for our computer, IT, cyber security needs. And so it's just to cover whatever gap was there for that. So those are the big things that are new for this legislative appropriations request. Before I dive into the other issues, any questions on those?
So there's 6 additional requests for the FTE, so would that bring us to 18?
No, sir,
Or-
it'd bring us to, if we were fully staffed now, it'd bring us to 22.
Okay,
Right now, it would bring us to 18 because.
so we're asking for 6 additional on top of the 16?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we only have 12 positions that are filled, but 2 of those are part-time, if I remember
Yes, sir.
correctly. So
So technically, it's 11 FTEs.
I think it's incredibly, the staff has done an incredible job with the workload that they have, basically doubling their workload over the last year, taking this on at less than some of the positions that we have are being paid close to where you'd be living off food stamps. I just want to almost say that. And I think that's frustrating to us that we're asking so much of our staff and compensating them so little when it comes to the standard of living here in the Austin area. And I think that the exceptional requests are not exceptional. They're necessary to continue the functions. And I think you did a great job with the narrative describing to the LBB and the legislature as to the justification for it. I do worry we won't get what we asked for, but that's okay. We have to ask for it and understand that to the extent that we are unable, I've looked at our performance metrics and I don't want to get into that section of the report, but as the number of complaints we continue to rise and the number of inspections that we have to do continue to rise, we are falling behind, not because of our staff, but because of the lack of just hours in the day to get that done. And I think that needs to be publicly stated, that if we are expected to meet the needs of the public of the state of Texas, we really can't do that with 11 FTEs. Thank you.
And I appreciate you recognizing the staff because they have been troopers. Like, we couldn't have survived the interim without them. They've been, they've taken up new tasks, flex when because we're all in this learning curve together of what is required. And then I think, as some of y'all know, we've been short a staff member for several months. And so everyone's risen to the occasion, and we've just really appreciated their hard work. We just have a good team. We have a good team to work with.
And that includes you too. I mean, you're taking on not only the staff attorney position of having to do all of this rulemaking and dealing with all of the legal side of things while also serving as our interim executive director. I wanted to make sure you were publicly acknowledged for that as well.
Yes, very nice. Thank you.
Okay, in regards to the exceptional items anymore, then I'll dive into a little bit more with what we kind of dealt with the anatomical transition. Okay. So the next part is, let me just say the Legislative Budget Board does recognize we're kind of in a unique situation. I think that's good. We did have, our two analysts now are different than those that we had when the fiscal note for Senate Bill 2040 was drafted. And so, there have been some different interpretations. I think the ones who drafted the fiscal note believe that we had what we call an expended balance authority, whereas our current ones say we do not, which I think it takes either a budget, I have to remember if it's a statute change or a bill change, or if it's a budget change to give us that authority. Either way, I think that is something we need to request this upcoming session. What that means is, so there are certain agencies that have the ability from one fiscal year to the other to carry over their unexpended funds as long as it's within the same budget cycle. We do not have that authority. And so as a result, when we were working on the legislative appropriations request, at the end of July, it was brought to my attention that we had, after all of fiscal year, after the third quarter was all paid for, we had a little, it was either a little under or around 300,000 in the anatomical strategy that if we did not spend by the end of the year, we were going to lose. And so immediately I was on the phone with the Legislative Budget Board, the Comptroller's Office, to see what we could do to encumber those funds, because they were very much needed for I'm so sorry, this is our consultant, so let me just make sure, because she might be here if y'all have any financial questions. Would you mind just responding to her? Because that's scary. Anyways, so with the 300,000, I knew we would have, because we had, before Mr. White left, he had already been working with the Health Professions Council again on what changes we're going to be needing to make to our database, those estimated costs. And then I knew we were going to need to bring on staff. And then there were just some other just some computers, just some things that we had not been updating or just getting by with because we thought the budget was where we couldn't afford it. So good news was after talking with the Comptroller and Health Professions Council, we were able to encumber, I think it was about 100,000 that we would need, excuse me, for the computer changes, which that was my big concern because that was going to be a one-time expense. So that's been encumbered. We were able to get necessary supplies, and then I did just, because of, as Commissioner Obiela recognized, because staff has been working so hard with the anatomical duties, we did go ahead and give everyone a $2,500 bonus. And then we still have a little over, let's see, I think after all that, we still have about 68,000 that's left. And so what we can do is, after talking with the Legislative Budget Board, we can do what's called a request to carry over funds. And so that letter is basically outlining why we need to carry this over to the fiscal year 2025 rather than have it all just go to the state general revenue fund. And so that requires approval, if I remember correctly, by the Lieutenant Governor's office, the Speaker's office, the chairs of the Senate Finance and House Appropriations committees. And I think that's it. So with that, we're gonna get that letter submitted this week, and that will go out, because then we could use that to help go ahead and bring on new staff. And then the, let's see. And then we kind of already addressed the 72,000 of, because that was the other thing that came up was, because and this is why I want to double check with the comptroller's office, because if the comptroller will consider it, since the last bit of funds from the anatomical board was dated before the end of the fiscal year, if they will consider that as, 2020, received in 2024, then I can add that amount to the request to carry over, and we won't have to go through the whole legislative budget supplemental process. It would be a lot easier, but I need to find that out, and so we can know.
Moreover,
Mhm.
if we have to go through the supplemental, that won't be final until mid part of next year at the earliest
Around
in May.
Yes, sir.
In terms of our ability to hire additional staff to deal with this, we won't be able to actually hire someone until we know how much money we have. Whereas if we were able to carry this, so this is what makes this so frustrating that we don't have this carryover authority, is because we were given this money so late in the biennium, we couldn't hire people to deal with even fill the vacancies that we've been authorized, because we didn't have the money to do that. When the bill, I actually went and pulled up the fiscal note for Senate Bill 2040.
Yes, sir.
The anatomical board represented to the legislature that they would be transferring in unencumbered funds $548,864, which is where I think a lot of people get this idea that, well, it's not just 394,000, but where's the extra 150,000? Because in the fiscal note, it said that we would have that 548,000 to work with in the fiscal year of 2024, plus 398,000 going forward repetitively. Now that would be due to fees. Now, part of the problem is all the fees were zeroed out before it got to us, so that money isn't even available unless we adopt fees at this meeting. I don't want to get into that budget item, but I'm just the agenda item that's later. But this is, when you add those two together, we're just shy of nearly $1 million out of what we needed to be able to accomplish the transition. And I hope that we can get that added next session. Not that we'll have a transition to deal with unless the sunset gives us another agency, but if we don't get this approved as a carryover one time, then essentially that money's lost, because by the time you hire someone in June, we're already at the end of the biennium. And we've lost that ability to catch up with, in terms of inspections, so.
What is the timing on the notification back from of getting approval for that?
For the carryover? I don't know. I will
Okay.
find out though, because I know I think it would be before the next budget cycle starts, but I will find out.
So that's a priority right now.
Yes, sir. And that, kind of following off of Commissioner Obiela's comments, that does raise up the other issue that we were having to work with. So and again, I'm so sorry, I don't remember the term that is used for us, but because we are and I don't remember if it's under statute or constitution, we're the type of agency where whatever funds were appropriated, we have to bring in by revenue. If I recall correctly, and it's probably in the legislative appropriations request, I think we only brought in a little over, and Jock, you can correct me too if I'm wrong, since you've got the end of the fiscal year numbers, but I believe we only received about 20,000 in revenue from anatomical. Do you remember? For the end of the fiscal year, what was our total amount that we received in funds?
At the end of the fiscal year, August 31st, 2024, we had already spent 194,335, but we have an encumbrance to pay for a contract with HPC.
Right, but what was our revenue? Do you have what we collected in fees? what we collected in revenue from
Oh,
anatomical?
we collected in revenue.
And just the anatomical for the whole
Yes.
body program?
We collected, apart from the first check that we received, we collected $20,500.
Thank you, sir. So for fees, even though we were projected to receive like 348,000, we only received 20. And so during this process of talking with the Legislative Budget Board, since we did not bring in the revenue that we were appropriated, they have been emphasizing that if we do not cover, the appropriated, revenue in fiscal year 2025, then they are going to invoke Article 9 of the Constitution, which basically, reduces our appropriated amount to the amount of fees or revenue we actually received for the whole body program. The analyst I spoke to said to his knowledge, that's never been invoked. But he emphasized this to me 4 or 5 times, that we have got to meet our appropriated amounts for fiscal year 2025. I did explain to him, this is where our hands have been kind of tied in some ways to get the revenue started. So, one was the setting of the transfer fees and the tag fees by the anatomical board to 0 in, I think they did that in April 2023, so even before Senate Bill 2040 was passed. And then there was I think there was some confusion of what needed to happen to get those fees in place. We now know, so this is why we all are gonna take action, or that's listed as an agenda item today to get that revenue stream going. The other thing is, unlike our funeral establishments or just regular, occupational licensing bodies, where there's a application, there's usually renewal, an inspection, might have fees tied to all that. The anatomical board rules, there's not really a clear application. There's not really clear rules or statutes allowing us to charge an application fee. And then there's a specific rule that says that any inspections or re-inspection costs are borne by, well, it said the board, but under Senate Bill 2040, that's now y'all. So basically, we as the agency bear all inspection costs. And under the fiscal note for Senate Bill 2040, it projected that the revenue we would bring in would be from the transfer fees, the tag fees, and the inspection fees. And so, as y'all know, with the rule setting process, that it takes time because we've got to post in the Texas Register after you do a proposal. There's got to be a time for public comment, adoption, and then if it affects the local economy or market, then it goes before the governor's regulatory division, and I think that adds time. So now, instead of like immediate, we're looking at January or beyond before we can start collecting any kind of other fees. And so I did let the Legislative Budget Board know that we were in the process of getting these rules up and going so we can get that fund stream coming in. I do think there probably needs to be some, I don't know if it's one where the enforcement of Article 9 of the Constitution, I don't know if that's optional by the legislature, if that's just always required. I need to look into that. If it's optional, then I think that means a lot of meeting with legislative members to explain this situation we're in and why we would need some grace, maybe for one more fiscal year before they reduce anything. But, yes, sir.
We should not be here. We should not even be having this discussion. At best, this was disingenuous, considering the monumental task of absorbing this board and the work that is required to be done. And with the funding that was there, I mean, everything that we've been talking about for the last 20 minutes, this should not even be a conversation. We should already have the staff. We should already be able to move forward with, I think Mr. Gilbert had mentioned different things about implementation. That's where we should be. This audit, that audit should already happen. I mean, this to me is it's not right. We have a very small board and we're absorbing this and just having this conversation and seeing the work that you're having to do. And then the timing of the funding and the timing and the slow walking and all of this, it reflects back on us, but, you know, I don't know. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating. And I think at the very least, that audit should have already happened. To see what was going on, how did this happen? Because it wasn't like nobody knew this was coming. You know, this is supposed to be a partnership. And we're over here drowning with the staff, trying to get these things implemented. And Commissioner Opiella, you know, pointed out the timing of these things, right? We should not be having these discussions. We should not be having a discussion about, Article 9. So, I don't know where we go from here, but I think at the very least, there should be an audit by the comptroller to find out how things happened the way that they did, because this is unacceptable.
And Rep, I hate to pile on, but zeroing out the fees, telling the legislature that you're gonna have the authority to have $394,000 worth of fees, then turning out the lights and representing to the legislature that we would have that money, and now we won't potentially until a quarter of the way through the next year, which when we get to this item, I think there is, they unintentionally might have left some wiggle room here for us to immediately adopt fees based upon the language in Senate Bill 2040, and I'll get to that then, but it's frustrating to all of us, and I think I'm just reiterating what I said, what Commissioner Combus said, and Commissioner Stefanski, and Commissioner Tips. We're all just, we're not complaining at you, we're complaining with you.
Right.
But we share in this frustration based upon how this was handled.
And it was disingenuous.
And I think, to address, Vice Chair Skapansky, in regards to the audit, because there had been an agreement in place between Mr. White and the anatomical board, I think we were waiting to see what final funds came through before deciding whether there needed to be an audit, acting in good faith, that they.
But that should have been prior to August 31. That date is passed.
Yes, sir.
You can't, I mean, there's deadlines and there's times. August 31, where are we? What's in the bank? It's not that hard.
And it's the state auditor's office that will reach out to do the audit. I know that our comptroller contact was concerned too, so we'll get that started.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
I agree with Vice Chairman. We know there's going to be a lag factor of auditors coming in and starting that process. So I agree with him 100% that we can't wait any longer today. We've got to try to get to the bottom line on this and see where those dollars are. So I would encourage that we proceed even today, if possible, to get that process in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, and I can reach out to the state auditor's office today when the meeting's over. Oh, I think there was one other thing with all of that.
We're just going to.
Yes,
Thank you
I
very
just
much.
want to make sure there was nothing wrong on the anatomical transition. Okay, if I remember it, I felt like there was one other point I needed to go through, but,
There were two questions I had on the LAR, and I think
Yeah.
that's what you might be thinking, hey, we still have something else to address. And you wrote me back yesterday on
Okay.
these, and thank you for that. One would be, the issue of the revenue on the whole body donation program and whether that's reflected, and I believe you said it is. It was not very evident to me on the last,
It was like, it's on the next to last page in that.
that's what it was.
printed
I didn't
copy.
remember what page number it was, but, on there, it just wasn't very evident that that revenue was included to offset that. And I guess we don't know what that revenue will be until we adopt some of those fees, right? But we do have to have an estimate to put in there, and I think you said that y'all did put an estimate of what that would need to be in order to make us whole with regards to the inspection and other expense items that are associated with the anatomical board. Do you want to talk about that a bit? And then the last
Sure.
one was the rent
Right.
items.
Sure, so, when I spoke with, cause we contracted with a CPA consultant to help us in drafting the LER. She has like 7 or 8 other agencies and has been through the process, so she's very, well experienced. So when I talked with her about your question regarding the revenue, she said that it's, incorporated with the other strategies, so, Funeral Service Commission, we have 4 different categories. It's the inspections, licensing, enforcement, and then the whole body donation. But for purposes of revenue, she said, I know it's on the electronic copies, page 110. I think it's,
6E,
yeah.
6E,
6E,
page 202, I
Is
believe,
it 202 or is it 102?
or it might be right before that. It's the last couple of pages in your packet.
I think it's page 102, because that's where she's got the estimated revenue. And so I believe it's gonna be,
Yes.
it's all gonna be incorporated in that fee, the professional fees category. And so those incorporate all, like both licensing from the funeral service side and then what we would expect to get on the anatomical side.
And you notice under estimated 2025, even though it wasn't broken out, it is about 300 and some change $1,000 more
Right.
in professional fees for 2025 and 2026 and 2027. And so
Yes, sir.
it just wasn't broken out and I
No, you're
didn't
good.
see that.
No, you're
And
good.
so I just wanted to make sure that that actually was reflected.
Yes, sir, and I appreciate the question on that. In regards to the rent, that was, so it's the legislative budget board, when we submit the appropriations request, we're required to use their program. And so I had sometimes what the carryover, there's errors in what was entered. And so we currently do not pay any rent in the building. There, you will see in the LER that we're paying some. It's supposed to be rent for equipment. I asked our consultant if we need to let the legislative budget board know to make that correction. She said, don't worry about it because it doesn't affect our state budget. But just on the record, we do not pay any rent for a building. It should have been added to the rent equipment, I think, which is right underneath that road. The only other thing I did want to correct on the record, and I've notified the legislative budget board, is and I think this was because we were doing a lot of edits, and I think in the copying and pasting from the Word document to this program, there were a couple of errors made on the commissioners that were listed. So LBB has been notified to correct Commissioner Heffley being from Amarillo, and they know to add Commissioner Obiella for Austin. So we are sincerely sorry that that happened, but that will be for the final version. Those corrections will be made.
In last biennium, we actually voted to approve the LAR. Do we need to do that? No?
We had checked with council on it from, I think last finding was the first time that had ever been done, but in the
Okay.
past it hadn't, so, yes, sir.
Good.
Which made it easier to get it submitted in a little bit more timely fashion. Okay, I think that's all I have for legislative appropriations requests.
Okay. Okay, we'll move to agenda item. We're skipping over 9 for now, but number 10. When you received a file. On the right side of the Manala folder file, it does lay out what Mrs. Kemp is showing, gives the authority to us to set up some fees. So I'm gonna let you, go in, please.
In addition to what Chair Tips mentioned in your green folder that we distributed this morning, I had worked with our CPA consultant to get some.
There's information in
Yeah, you're good. So there's about 4 documents that we'll look at here in just a little bit, to kind of, once we get there. So, as already covered, really right now, the only way we have to collect revenue from the anatomical board are these transfer fees. In anatomical board rule 477.6, which again, because it was transitioned under the enabling statute, we are now to the extent it doesn't conflict with statute, that's what we are operating under until we adopt new rules. But under that, it does say that if a body that has been donated for medicine or science, once it's been received, whether it be directly from the donor or transferred from like, just as an example, from let's say, University of Texas Southwestern transferred to decedent donors to San Angelo State to use for an anatomy course, there can be a transfer fee associated with that. And so what we did is we looked at, again, the total amount of revenue we have to bring in for fiscal year 2025 for this strategy, the whole body donation program, and use the historical data that we had from the anatomical board's website of how many transfers occur each year. So on the 4 sheet that was provided, it just says at the top, it says total, and then it has like a number amount that says 157, 440. The 20, and then it says 21, 22, 23, 24. Not the first column after that, the second column, the 911, 2983, 3139. Those are all the transfers that happened each year, the total number. That includes both whole bodies, or if parts of a body need to be used, like maybe for a bioskills training, they only needed your lower torso or lower body for a knee replacement surgery or new research that had come out. So those include both of those categories. So based on that projection, and then looking at the cost for staff, so the second and third sheets, that also reflects what, again, I also forgot to mention this. So effective September 1, 2020, what year are we in? 24. There was the mandated 5% salary increase for staff. So that had to come into our calculations. Oh, thank you. Fiscal year 25. Sorry, for the new fiscal year, starting the new fiscal year 2025. What we had to incorporate too was the new staff earnings to make sure costs were covered. So based on all that, your top sheet says, is kind of walking through what the budgeted cost would be, how many FTEs would be working on it, because I had her so right now a lot of our staff members are divided in half, or depending on the level of work, it might be 0.75% between the whole body strategy and, like, let's say, I'm going to just use Ms. Haynes for example. So as a licensing supervisor, she's in 50% of licensing strategy, 50% anatomical. So we just divided that based on workload, bandwidth, how much time they're doing each strategy. And so based on that, on top of each staff members paid for Medicare, retirement insurance. And so through all of that, and then again, the amount of revenue we need to bring in, it's projected to cover all those costs that the proposed transfer fee would be $175 per transfer. For example, how the previous practice had been done is if, I'm just going to use UTSW again as an example. If they transferred, let's say San Angelo State needed 3 bodies, but maybe needed 5 arms, for one for anatomy class, one for some kind of lab research, then it would be 175 times 8. And that's previous practice. So we would be following practice, and that's how we would charge the fees. Now, once we're able to get other rules in place to open up more revenue streams, then we'll be able to lower this amount, as there will be more revenue streams in place to cover the cost. But right now, since this is our only stream, this is what, this is kind of where we're at.
And I guess this is a question for council. My interpretation of Senate Bill 2040, Section 3.01, C and D would allow us to use Rule 477.6 of the Anatomical Board. One, because the references in that section that allowed the fee to be set by the Anatomical Board under subsection D of Section 3.01 would apply to us as of today, right, as of September 1st, because a reference to the Anatomical Board of the State of Texas in law or administrative rule means the Texas Funeral Service Commission. And then C, all rules of the Anatomical Board of the State of Texas continued in effect as rules of the Funeral Service Commission until superseded by a rule of the Funeral Service Commission. So I just want to be clear, do you share that opinion that we have the authority under this section and probably only this section to levy these fees in order to cover these expenses?
Yes, the funeral commission has assumed the duties and the rules of the former state anatomical board. And everywhere, I believe the bill states that everywhere where it mentions board, it is now commission, so.
Any other-
I'll go ahead and make a motion on that, if the chair would entertain it.
Worse.
I'd like to move that the fee amount for the receipt, whether directly or by transfer of each donor body or anatomical specimen be set at $175.
I'll second it.
Any discussion?
I had a question.
Yes, sir.
And what, is that somewhat in line with the licensing fees for the, no? For the funeral service?
It's different,
Okay.
and as Ms. Kemp laid out earlier, it's just because they operate
model.
differently.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, the goal is to get it set up where it's as much as possible uniform. And that's been discussed in the stakeholder meetings, but we have to pass rules in order to get there.
Okay.
And one reason we have to do this is because, like you mentioned earlier, if we don't assess this fee, there's two things that would occur. One, we could have a clawback of the appropriated funds as required by the state constitution. Number two, we wouldn't be able to perform the functions. We need this money because of the challenges faced in the last year of the biennium that we just closed in order to perform the functions related to the anatomical functions that are now under us. And then last, our funeral director licensees would be covering the costs of the anatomical
Well,
portion.
not necessarily, because that did come up, because right now we are in excess of what we're required to bring in for the funeral side. Because the LBB was gonna look into whether we could do that to help us, but because they're two different strategies, it's not covered it. So any excess would go to
Okay,
either our expenses for funeral, or if it lapsed, it would go to state general.
I wanted to make sure that the funeral directors were not having to cover these costs. And so I think it's appropriate that we do this, and that's why I moved to set the fees where they are. We can always adjust them as we have the ability later to match the expenses.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Motion passes. Okay. Moving now back to agenda item number 9 for our quarterly reports, for our staff. Mr. Noambama, would you like to give us our financial report, please, sir?
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Pleasure for me to present the operating budget report for fiscal year 2024. We received the money by strategy, and we also received the money for the anatomical bird. For the strategy inspection, we ended with spending 82% of the money that we received. For compliance, we ended with 98% expense. And for the inspection, we ended with 81% of expense as of August 31st, 2024. However, we are still expecting invoices, and we happen to encumber the funds, and we may lapse some money, which is a good thing, than going over the budget. And when everything is paid out, we may lapse about $12,000 on the licensing. We may lapse about 25% on the inspection, and we may lapse about 9,000 for the compliance. For the anatomical board funds, we received as of the end of the year $395,075. By August 31st, we had already spent $194,335. However, we have an encumbrance due to the contract that we have with the HPC, and that will involve payment on the anatomical board money, and we may end with the 4,400 something $1,000. Not lasting, but I think we're going to ask for that money to get back to us, because we didn't receive that money in the form of appropriation. So that money is money that we collected. We will want it back in our account. Whatever money will remain in 2024 for the anatomical board, we will not lapse that money. It is the money that was given to us. We may ask that money to be given back to us in 2025. Any questions?
Well, I just want to correct, it will lapse unless we are granted the, that it be carried over to 2025.
Any questions, commissioners? No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Licensing report, Ms. Haynes?
Morning, Commissioners. I have given you the licensing report for the 4 quarters. Do you have any questions?
So give us a summary of how the licensing is going, please. Just a daily intake, and I know that you've got a lot of other duties, and that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, so the process is eventually slower than what we used to be able to do it, so I can understand some of the frustrations. Also, we had put in we have the background checks now in place. So that's moving the establishments slower, especially the renewals of establishments, since we are trying to catch everyone doing the background check. I just want to point out we're asking for the background checks to be the owner, if it's a sole ownership, if it's in corporation, LLC, someone that is present at the funeral home can submit a background check. So in those cases, we do ask that, corporations are a little harder. We don't know the officers and the corporations, so we do ask that, you email the commission, letting us know who's gonna be submitting and the name of the establishment, so we can connect those and make sure that we move those renewal process, faster than they currently are.
What's the turnaround time for that? Just a ballpark.
It depends on me.
Well, it depends on when they can get a background check, and especially on the area you're on. Some of them you can get them next day, some of them you have to travel. As far as getting the background check, once we get the background check, it can be from 3 to 10 days, depending on the area you're in. And then we review them and see if they need to, if we can process those at that time, or if we need further, review at that point.
I just want to make it known that in the field, I know myself, I can't speak for Commissioner Brown or Tips, but, we do all we can do to help you guys. Sometimes it may not seem that way, but, we reiterate to our licensees the things that you guys are doing, okay? And so just know that in the field, we've got you, your back on some of that stuff.
Thank you.
But it helps to know as well when we, call in for you guys, because there may be some that are just really needing to understand something. So know that I personally don't try to do that very often, but when I do, there's a reason. And so thank you, because this is in a way better position than we've had it before. So I appreciate the efforts.
So I'll say that I recently renewed my license and, I just followed the steps and had everything in. I think I had my license within 10 days.
Right.
And so I
Once
think
we-
that if the steps are followed, it goes very quickly and
Right.
that helps.
It definitely help us, especially if you, we ask that you contact the commission by email. We have a record, we can always go back and kind of fix it. And it's easier for us to answer back if the question becomes a little complex, we're happy to call, follow up, get more information, clarification at that point. But I think emails, it's fast, I can connect the name with establishments, and go into our database and make that approval, or one of the staff member, if I'm not around, another staff member can pick that up and approve that establishment. Doesn't have to wait for me particular.
So to the licensing email,
That would be our faster, yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
that's what I've been recommending.
And just to add to her, because y'all have to remember again, this is based on the new statute that went into place September 1. And so we are learning as we go, especially with our establishment owners, since we didn't have the authority to run criminal background checks on them prior to September 1. But we are in constant communication. Obviously, if there's like the last thing we want to do is hold people up. We also want to make sure we're protecting the public. So if, when we run the background check, if it is one that runs under our commission rules that needs to go before y'all, that's what would slow the process up, is because it does have to go before you guys. But if it's something that we see that either doesn't relate to the practice of funeral directing and embalming, or was dismissed, I think if it was deferred adjudication, if it was still related to the practice of funeral directing and embalming, it still needs to come before y'all under our current role. But if it was just flat out dismissed, then that's where we move forward. But so that's sometimes also what is getting caught up if they haven't been quickly moves. But we did also I think it was a different practice before, but we did just kind of recently put in place the practice that if it was a corporation or where there's maybe one individual that owns multiple funeral homes, we wanted to make sure that there was at least someone who oversaw the day-to-day operations at that particular facility that would have a criminal background check run, because if the owner was never present, what if they weren't aware of unlawful activity happening? So just to make sure that we can I mean, we're open to, if we need to change practices based on feedback, we can. That's just something we kind of changed, during the interim.
And we would actually have to commission rule change in order to divert a larger number of these minor, non-related offenses to staff versus having all of them come before the commission. How many, I know we have, what, 2 binders worth of them this meeting to consider, and I'm happy with reading them. It was, it was good reading, but, how many are still in queue to come before us?
It's probably like 30, if not more.
So basically double the number that so we have in queue another 2 binders worth for our next meeting, not including the ones that will show up between now and our next meeting.
Yes, sir. And one other thing that, again, and I think y'all are familiar, but just since we're on this, again, since we didn't start doing background checks, I think it was until 2018. So everyone who renews, if they were licensed before 2018, we're doing a one-time criminal background check, just to make sure. Unfortunately, there's some.
This is why we're picking up minor misdemeanor offenses
Right.
from 30 years ago.
Right.
That was kind of my frustration when reading them, that
Right.
really,
No, I'm with you, but unfortunately, right now we have to follow the rules.
I
But
understand.
I'm all for revising this,
Okay.
so.
So I had a question. You said the time varies. So you have a renewal form or an application form. They have to put on there whoever that person in charge is, or whoever is doing the day-to-day operations to run that criminal, right?
They will have to contact us at the moment. and
So-
let us know.
So the renewal form doesn't have the person in charge with their information in order to run that criminal?
Renewals are done online. We will, our database at the moment, it's also in a data freeze. They're getting an upgrade, so we're not able to make those changes at the moment.
Okay.
So we're not able to enter that put that as an entry. We can put in a renewal, which since we have it online, we were moving away from having paper applications come into the office. But we can always put in a paper application at the moment and having them going through that process.
Okay, well, whether it's paper or whether it's online,
Right.
is there a spot?
We
the
can make
person
that
who is-
spot where we can go ahead.
But we don't have that right
We
now.
don't have it right now
Okay.
because of the.
So we're
freeze.
manually, as a renewal, and I'm just trying to understand this, somebody turns in an email for a renewal application. You contact that person and say, are you the person that I'm going to run the criminal on?
I do put it in the body of that email that I do send out, letting them know that please contact the commission, letting us know the name of the person that is gonna be submitting the background check and the person, and the name of the establishment for that location, so we can go ahead and run it.
And then they reply to that email with the name of the individual. And then from there, you take that individual's information and put it into a,
And connect it to the DPS database.
okay.
And it's important that with this change, everyone's takes advantage of renewing early. They can renew up to 60 days before, and the commission has done a great job at communicating that to all the associations, sent emails to all licensees. And so we want to make sure that message gets out so that nobody gets backlogged or they're doing it on the last day. Right now with this change, it's important, I think, that people renew early.
Right. If you don't mind, something else that I want to remind everyone in the industry is that we're doing reminders through emails. And we're no longer doing mail applications. I think they're still expecting that, and we're no longer doing that. So, so if you go ahead and update that information so we can go ahead and notify you. I do put in my reminders, the background check instruction, and the FDIC changes, EIC changes, or anything else that they can contact the commission at that point.
So we're gonna try to get to a place where that online form, when they get it through the email, it'll already have that information on there that they can fill out. They send you the email and then you'll be able to.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's important everyone logs in and updates their information.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Any more questions?
Any other questions?
And one more thing, and I would just say probably because we're doing these one-time background, that's probably why we're a little bit backlogged, so after you get through all of that, it should be a little bit more efficient.
Yes. Once we get through all our applicants, then we will follow a regular process.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stephanie. Okay, compliance and enforcement report. Unfortunately, Ms. Rodriguez was unable to join us today. Ms. Kemp has offered to give her report.
I'm so sorry, Phil, bear with me. I actually forgot, because unfortunately she's been, sick the last couple of days. All right, for the fourth quarter, I do know, we have a process in place, after clarifying with rule that, if the complaint was outside of our jurisdiction, our investigators could go ahead and get those referred. They didn't have to get, staff attorney approval. So that helped with the number of complaints closed, that increased. This quarter, but unfortunately, we are still receiving a high number. I know, Ms. Rodriguez gave me an example of where she opened one email, and within that email, there were 7 complaints. So even if they had completed 7, it's just, they're right back to where they started. I know, we do have there are some pretty significant ones out there, that we're working through them. It's just unfortunately, and that's why we, are asking the legislature for funding to bring on more investigators and other staff attorney, just because, I'm looking at some other agencies. They either have, 5 investigators and support staff, or like, at least some support staff. Our investigators have none. Right now, I know even though Mr. Villarreal, is supposed to be half-time investigator, half-time inspector, the bulk of his time right now is going towards investigation, which is affecting inspections. And so, we're just, again, they're doing a good job. It's just, both of them are very thorough. They want to give equal time and attention to each complaint. And there's some big ones out there, so.
Yeah, it's hard to eat the elephant when the elephant keeps eating. I mean, if you look at the numbers, we've doubled the number of open cases from last fiscal year or 2 fiscal years ago to the just closed fiscal year. I feel for you guys. I mean, it's rough, but and the public also wants resolution to their complaints. I mean, we have still one complaint that's open from 2021 and 28 from 2022, and that's for families that feel that they've been wronged. That's keeping that pain open for a long time.
So I do have a question. Is there any supporting material such as this that can go with our request to say, the last thing that this has scared me for 3 years, 2040, because what I don't want to happen, and it's not your fault, is we neglect the funeral industry that we've had for 100 years. And so is there supporting material that can go with that to say, we have to have this?
Yes, and I know actually Mr. Rodriguez has put together several charts, because I had a conversation with the Legislative Budget Board back in the governor's office back in it was either late April, early May. Mr. Noah and Bamba and Ms. Rodriguez also attended, and that's how we actually changed our strategy targets for enforcement, because we were showing them like using a lot of the data that Ms. Rodriguez had put together. This is why these targets are unreachable. As it was impossible to meet. Like, they were having us where we only had 26 open complaints and we were receiving hundreds a year. So I know we can present material to the legislature. I didn't put it with our LAR, but when it comes, because there will be a joint budget hearing scheduled. I'm waiting on a final date. It'll either be October 3rd or October 7th, where we present our legislative appropriations requests to, both the House Appropriations and Senate Finance Committees, and I'll make sure to put some documents and information together for that.
Will there be an opportunity in a hearing to have a comment
For the public to have a comment,
for us on our behalf?
but as meaning the commissioners.
No, just a representative.
Oh, okay, there will be it'll either, whoever the executive director is at the time will be presenting the budget. I've asked the chair to be present as well, and then and then our CPA consultant, who's been part of the numbers, she'll be available. But yes, no, we're the ones that will present it. The plan was to also go, because just sometimes in these meetings, especially since we're a small agency, they're projecting only maybe 30 minutes that we would be there. So the goal is to meet with some of the individual offices beforehand to really lay out, because that's where we're really gonna be able to get into the conversation about what we're having to deal with.
And in our LAR, we actually take this table, and at least it's updated through May 31st of the open cases. And actually in the narrative, it lay out the number of pending cases and how that's grown over the years to justify the exceptional item to get another investigator.
Yes, correct.
And so I think that while the normal ABES system will reflect that we're not meeting the standard, if the legislature were to look at the narrative, they will see why we're not meeting the standard that's set in the last biennium.
Right.
And that's on page 6 of 7 of that first section of the LAR. We might, if we have the opportunity to update it through the end of the fiscal year, we might do that, because it only showed 200 cases as of the 31st, and it's grown substantially since then.
And I can check with the Legislative Budget Board if they'll automatically pull those numbers, since that's our program. If not, we can make sure that that's provided to the committee members before the joint hearing.
Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Kemp. Okay, Mr. Bass, inspection report.
Do we all have that?
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
I'm making.
I know. I think you have all of our board here understands, I guess, and just appreciate your efforts and what you do every day. So you have a tough job. So do you mind explaining a little bit about some of the stuff that you've gotten into with anatomical? Is that something that you've run into any issues, or is that?
No, I find it amazing. It's mainly splitting it. When I get back to the office for Jock. But Jock was training pretty good. And we're keeping.
You splitting your time with it?
Yeah, it's hard because like El Paso, every time I get back from El Paso, another one to turn in a application in El Paso. But once I get them all done out there, when they come back around, they're gonna all be done at the same time. Grouping is the best thing for an inspector.
So are you in office on Mondays? Is that what you try to do?
Gotta go to the office on Monday, schedule, and come back.
Oh, I mean, you've done nearly 800 inspections in this last biennium, from what we can tell here. To me, that's, given the distance that you have to travel, El Paso being closer to the Pacific Ocean than Austin, that's not a small feat, with yourself and 2 part-timers. And not even 2, right, as we discussed earlier.
Right.
1, essentially, because other duties. So thank you, and be safe.
Please.
I want to reiterate this for Mr. Bass in the field, because this gentleman is one of the most respected people in our industry. And so I hear that consistently. Period. So I just wanted to say it publicly in the field for your representation for the commission and what you do. He's the guy that comes in and people a lot of times don't want to see Mr. Bass. So, I just wanted to make that public. That I appreciate what you do. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we all do, and you do it so politely, but, we hold people accountable and I appreciate what you do.
In fact, you got a new one coming up, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm getting ready for the white glove
And
inspection.
She was talking about the time, like, yeah, she told you about that. We have, the new establishment.
Yes, sir.
I think it's done on Monday.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Bass? Thank you very much. Mr. Bass.
Thank you.
Okay, before we move into the next agenda item, we're just going to take a 10-minute break. So the time is now 10:37. We'll go and have a break for 10. Come back at 10. Thank you. It's now 10. Okay, Commissioner, the time is now 10:50. We're back from break. We have a quorum. And we are going to move to agenda item number 11. Commissioners, you'll see these are broken up into two parts, 203.17. These are people seeking eligibility for the profession, for moving forward, prior to, meeting all the requirements of education and all of those things. They just want to look at, is this something that could happen? Are they eligible to apply? Then from that point, they would then apply for a provisional license and maybe even school. So I just want to make sure you understand the difference in those two. So we'll start with the first group. Does anyone have any questions? We start. Okay, Mr. Roy Benham.
Yes.
If you're here, please come forward. If you are online, please raise your hand.
You like that?
Oh, I do see. I phoned Roy Benham on the line.
He's online?
Yes.
I asked him to join us as a panelist.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay.
Mr. Benham, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Mr.
I can hear you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Benham, yes, sir, thank you. We'll give you about 2 minutes. You can introduce yourself and just give us some information, and then if the commissioners have any questions, they'll follow up with some questions.
Thank you for your time this morning. I went to school in East Mississippi Community College. I've been licensed as a director in the state of Mississippi, Utah, and Pennsylvania. We moved around, and unfortunately, due to moving and email changes, my license lapsed, and I want to become a funeral director back in the state of Texas because I feel like this is my passion and what I was called to do. I've enjoyed working with families and serving families in different parts of the country and learning cultures and different religions and working in areas across the country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Commissioners?
Do you want to speak to the offenses that you're currently serving?
Yes, I will speak about that. The one offense, I will be off of probation in approximately 55 days. The other offense, I have a year and a half, but after 1 year, I'm gonna go before the judge and ask for a reduction so that that crime will come off. And both cases are on deferred adjudication. So as soon as the probation period is finished, I will be free, and I'm trying to think of the right word to will have no criminal background on me, on my record. The two charges that are currently on my record, I am deeply sorry for my actions. Part of it was due to medication that I was on and under. So I've taken some anger management classes. I've taken some other classes to improve my my well-being and as a citizen and as a person in life.
Do I hear a motion for eligibility or non-eligible at this time? And just for clarification, as people can reapply for eligibility. There's not a max of that.
So, you're currently on probation, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And tell me the dates of release.
November 7th and just a second, sorry, I need to pull that record. Hold on a second. In April 21st of April 1st of 2026.
So, all right, I'm trying to understand this here. November 7. So it says community supervision. Why was it extended 6 months?
Reason it was expended, I during the offense, I had a second charge brought against me, and so that's why it was extended. I met with my probation officer yesterday in Tarrant County, and everything is fine. All court costs and everything are paid in current.
So the felony offense was while you were on probation for the misdemeanor offense. Is that the reason for the extension?
Yes, sir.
Because I see you were convicted in August of 2023 of the misdemeanor offense. And you committed the felony, the third-degree felony offense in October, just 2 months after your conviction, or 2 months after your conviction.
Yes, sir.
Explain that extension.
Okay, all right, that's
Madam Chair?
I'd like to make a comment, Madam Chair, before the motion comes, if I could.
Yes, sir.
On this gentleman here, the seriousness of these conviction here is bothers me, but it happens. And I guess the question I'm not finding real quick, if he was licensed in another state, am I missing that? Or I don't think so. Well, I see him shaking his head, so that means no.
No, sir, not licensed here in Texas. My license had lapsed during this period. We'd lived in Colorado for a while, and my license lapsed. It was an oversight on my part.
Okay. Madam Chair, in my opinion, this is just serious with this bodily injury and, going to third degree of the charge is, sits in that, category. So, it would be hard for me to approve of him just coming back and taking the required hours to catch up. And so that's just my comments about it.
Mr. Benham, I just want to be clear. Were you a licensed funeral director in the state of Texas?
No, sir.
Were
I've
you a
never,
licensed funeral director anywhere?
at this time, no, my Mississippi license has lapsed.
So you used to be a licensed funeral director in Mississippi?
That is correct. That was my original license. Then I moved to the state of Utah. I was licensed there. And I was licensed in the state of Pennsylvania.
Madam Chair, one of my concerns is the timeline. The latest offense was less than a year ago, even at this point. We've talked about some rehabilitation, talked about some anger management. I agree with Commissioner Allen that it would be difficult at this time for me to move that direction as well.
Okay, perfect. We have a motion.
Sure. I guess I'll move, I move that Roy Benham is not eligible to apply for a provisional funeral director license for the following reasons. Under our pre-evaluation criteria, the amount of time that's lapsed since the person's last criminal activity, as was noted by Commissioner Brown, even though he put down 15 months, it's actually less than that. It's less than 12 months since the last offense. And that offense is also quite concerning given the nature of the funeral profession. That's under our criteria, the extent and nature of the person's past criminal activity criteria, that being injury to an elderly person with bodily injury, a third-degree felony, and the prior offense that he was on probation for when he committed the second offense, which was assault causing bodily injury, family violence. And so therefore, I move that he's not eligible. I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Obiella and a second by Commissioner Brown. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay.
Nay. Whoops, I'm sorry. That was.
All of those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Benham.
When can I reapply, ma'am, or commissioners?
The staff will contact you following the meeting to give you your options.
Good. Thank you for your time and have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Jesse Correa. If you are online, please raise your hand.
No?
Okay, he's not present. I'm sure if you've had time to review. I'd like to make a motion.
Madam Chair, given the evaluation criteria, I know he's not here, but I had a chance to review the file. It's been 24 years since his last offense, that being in 2000. And neither of them, in my mind, raise a concern about his ability to perform in the funeral profession. And so given our criteria, the amount of time that's elapsed since a person's last criminal activity and the extent and nature of his past criminal activity, I move to I want to make sure I get the statement right. I move to approve that Jesse Correa is eligible to apply for a provisional license.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Obiella. I have a second.
I second.
Seconded by Commissioner Skapansky. Any discussion?
I do have just a quick discussion on this. It is of my opinion that when someone is wanting to enter into our industry, that they represent themselves. And, does that have a reflection on my vote? I'm just.
He was very responsive to me. Actually, I was surprised. He was, because again, we had originally planned to have our meeting August 27th. He had made plans to be here. We switched to today's date. So my guess is he probably got caught up in a meeting because he was one of the ones that was very engaged. So,
Perfect. So in saying that, it's just, to me, is a representation of what you're really wanting in our industry if you want to do this by your presence. Just wanted to make a statement regarding that. So,
I feel the same way.
I agree.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ready for the vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Mr. George Johnson.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I think this one on Mr. Johnson, oh, I see his name just came up. Let's let him make a comment if he'd like to.
Yes, thank each of you this morning for taking the time to speak with me. There are some incidences that I had as a youth that has prevented me to be able to get provisional licensing, but I would like to receive provisional license so that I could be a funeral director in the state of Texas. This is something that I have a passion for, and just would like to utilize my skills to help people in that way. And again, I would like to say, thank you. And since the things that I encountered as a youth, I think I've gone beyond those things. I'm currently part of an executive team where I work, very active within my community, doing a lot of community service and to give back to the community. And I think this would be an additional way that I can help my community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson.
Madam Chair, if I could make a comment, I think this applicant definitely fits in the category. It was in the 80s. I'd have to go back and look that the offenses occurred, and so I think he fits in the category that we would probably allow him to go forward in the process.
Thank you. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, ma'am. I would make a motion. I don't have Mr. Bingham. Well, no, that's his reference. I'm sorry, I have the wrong name. Mr. Johnson. Go forward, we allow him to go forward in the licensure process.
Visual.
Oh,
Do I have
you have a
everything?
motion?
So
Yes, do I have everything correct?
Yes, sir. I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Allen,
second.
seconded by Commissioner Brown. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, and the staff
Yes.
will follow up with you.
Okay, and I would like to say thank you to Mr. Allen as well as the commission, and I'm looking forward to this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Anthony Lopez. Hello, Mr. Lopez. All right, you're gonna get 2 minutes or whatever it takes. Just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. My name is Anthony Lopez. I'm a little nervous, so excuse me. I'm a third semester student at Northeast Texas Community College currently. I am seeking to change my career. But currently, I work in, retail, Wise Products. I've done it for 17 years. And I'm looking to change my career to help get back to the families. I've been in a profession that I've watched funeral directors, and I've had multiple friendships with a lot of funeral directors, and they've told me portions. And in my last semester, I was able to shadow, which really sparked my passion to get back. It's been 18 years from my past mistake, and I'm looking forward to showing that that's not me. I want that to define who I am. I'm trying to do better in life. I have my beautiful wife, a very grounded support system, my kids and my grandkids, and I look forward to trying to get licensed if they'll grant me that.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Lopez, I appreciate that it's been a good long time since your last offense. The one that stands out to me is the forgery charge.
Yes, sir.
Just because, obviously you're dealing with documents such as death certificates, that kind of thing, people's social security number. Can you speak to that forgery charge? What exactly that entails?
I was hanging around the wrong people at the time, and I got caught up along and got charged with that forgery. The mistake, and I did my time. I was incarcerated for it. I did my time for it, and since then I have not had any criminal convictions. I've stayed clean, like I said, and like past that. But it was hanging around the wrong crowd that got me caught up.
And that was your last conviction, is that
Yes,
correct?
Mr. Lopez, do you work at Wise Casket Company?
Yes, sir.
16 years?
17.
Have you talked to me on the phone before?
I probably have.
So, anyways, do you handle money?
Yes, sir. I handle deposits on a weekly basis.
Sure.
Large amounts.
Which are audited, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yeah. So in the past 18 years, you've been with Wise 16 years, correct?
17.
17 years. Congratulations for that. That doesn't just happen.
Yes.
That means you're doing your job.
Yes.
So, and I can assure you in our industry that if you're not doing your job, particularly in the service industry of providing product to funeral directors, you're doing something right if you've been there that long. So, and I appreciate you appearing today.
Richard, thank you for the time.
You are enrolled in school though.
Yes, sir. I'm in
So-
my third semester.
So you took it upon yourself to enroll in school prior to getting approval.
Yeah, why, I had started the process and I figured, I mean, it's something I was interested in when I first started. And then now, after shadowing, as I've said, it's become a passion, something I look forward to helping families as I've watched my fellow friends in the funeral business do it, help their families and showing them the respect they deserve. Sure. And it's just something I feel I can do as well. And I hope to one day own my own funeral home. Sure. So that's why I can.
We don't have your date of birth here, but I want to try to figure out, I can kind of figure out about how old you are. I'm probably a bad judge at that. What was your age back in 2005 when you committed that offense? I can pull out a calculator and you tell us your age today.
I'm 42 today. I was probably. I'm not 21.
20 years old.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, happy birthday.
Yeah.
I think the time that's elapsed between, when the offense was committed over almost 18 years since the last offense was committed, even though I do share the concern about the nature of the offense, right? Because the funeral directors are the gatekeepers for our public records when it comes to death certificates in this state.
Yes, sir. And being in it, I don't take it lightly. And I look forward, as I said, to be granted permission to be licensed.
But I share Commissioner Combest's opinion that the amount of time that's passed and the record of being employed in the industry would justify approving.
Do we hear a motion?
I'll make the motion. I move that we approve Anthony Lopez, that he is eligible for his provisional license or to apply for his provisional license.
I will second that.
A motion by Commissioner Brown and a second by Commissioner Combest. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Again, thank you for your time.
Did you bring someone with you today?
This is my wife.
Oh,
Hi.
welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Vanessa Blanco.
Hear you.
Vanessa Blanco. Is she online with us?
I don't see her.
Okay.
He's not here.
No, the staff has not been able to have communication with her. There hasn't been any communication.
This, I really regret her not being here because the nature of the charges that she was convicted of, especially the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, first-degree felony, and the assault with bodily injury, which is a Class A misdemeanor. And then the violation of her bond while she was on probation for that offense really disturbed me. I actually came prepared to consider voting for her, given I read the nature of the charges and I realized that there might be some mitigating circumstances based upon the narratives that were included in terms of relationships. But I'm really disturbed by her not showing up, and this is one where I'd share Commissioner Combest that probably is going to weigh against her in my mind, because I just don't know.
I concur with Commissioner Oviola on that. I had in my notations prior to the meeting that I wanted to visit with her, and understand her story. And until we can do that, it's hard for me to vote yes.
We do have someone calling in. We're not able to get the names. I could bring them on to allow to talk and let us know who they are in case, would that?
Is that because we have to have video? We have to have videos. That's just for the members. Okay.
So what, it could be that person, or is it?
You can find out if you'd like to. We don't need video if, as long as they're not commission
May,
members.
may we inquire as to, because I would definitely want to give her a chance if she's on the phone.
Okay, for the member that's on the phone, you are allowed to talk. If you can, let us know, your name, please. Thank you.
She is muted, Maria.
I think you have to unmute her.
I could only ask.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait.
Do you wanna, say the phone number? Cause maybe they don't know it's them. They can't view the video. Oh, yeah, maybe just see the last 4 digits. Just say the person with the last 4 digits of.
The person with the last 4 digits of 0744, if you can unmute yourself,
And identify yourself.
and identify yourself.
Commissioners, we can also, you can,
Table her.
there's always an option of yes, taking no action at this time and then scheduling for another time. Or you can, that way she's not having to reapply but we could table it, they take no action.
So because she's,
Pardon me.
sorry, because she's a rule 20317 by state statute, there's a 90-day requirement. That's why she came before him today, because the 90-day would have expired before y'all's next quarterly meeting. So you can, if you aren't comfortable with approving, you can deny, and then we save her application for next time. I mean, she just resubmit, that would be considered a reapplication, but under chapter 53, it's 0.021 or one of the other statutes in that chapter. For the time that we receive the application to determine eligibility, you have 90 days to issue a letter of your approval, denial, and the date of application. And I don't,
She just got it.
was totally, we received, we received it back in March, so we were way past the 90 days, so we need to go
Okay.
ahead and move on.
Okay, so under rule, we do need to take action, but she can reapply for the same thing for a following meeting.
I move that Vanessa Nicole Polanco is not eligible to apply for a provisional license for the reason of we don't have enough information. We're unable to speak with her.
The motion by Commissioner Brown,
Second.
second by Commissioner Heffley. Any
But that she's
discussion?
she's still able to reapply.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
And I'll add, I'll be supporting that motion based upon the evaluation criteria of the extent and nature of her past criminal activity. And one item that the parole just ended this year, the recency of the sense. Just want to make sure that we're following our criteria on the record.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Right, next is Stephanie Ridgway. Stephanie Ridgway. If you are online, please raise your hand. Okay.
Okay.
It looks like she's not with us today.
So, Madam Chair, I move that Stephanie Ridgway. Let me make sure I got it correct. Yeah, Stephanie Ridgway is not eligible to apply for a provisional license for the following reasons. Number one, she has a pending second-degree felony assault on a family member, has not been adjudicated and is still a pending charge. The recency, and then the recency of the offense.
Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Obiella. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Brown. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Okay, and there are just for discussion purposes, I apologize, we can't really, we're not basing our decision today on something that hasn't been charged or convicted, but considering the recency of what we're seeing and the other elements and the number of offenses is how we're getting to where we are with this motion. So any further discussion, sir?
Thank you for clarifying that. She is innocent till proven guilty, and I want to make sure that everyone understands that. But given the nature of the prior offenses, including the fact that we have a recent offenses not yet adjudicated, I think it would be inappropriate to grant her a provisional license at this time.
Sir, thank you. Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Miami Schultz. Miami Schultz. If you're online, please raise your hand. Okay, looks like she has not joined us today. Okay, commissioners?
But I looked at, it's unfortunate that she isn't here, but I looked at the nature of the offenses which she was convicted. And the age at which she was charged. And even though they were somewhat recent, I would say, within the last 5 years. Looking at the narrative, I don't think that they impact her ability to serve in the funeral profession. And so that's why I guess you all have more discussion before a motion is made, or do you want me to make a motion?
Sure.
Okay. I move to approve Miami Schultz. I move to approve that Miami Schultz is eligible to apply for a provisional license. I'm sorry, for a provisional license.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Obiella. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Brown. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Next. Victor Seals. Good morning, Mr. Seals.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Sir.
Okay.
You have 2 minutes. Introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what we're looking at today.
Well, I'm Victor Fields. I'm a transplant from Michigan to Houston, 2008 is when we moved here. As you can see from the information I submitted, I was convicted of a robbery, armed robbery, and never made light of it. When I was 18 years old, from the time I was 18 until I was 33, I was incarcerated in the state of Michigan. While incarcerated, I fought 2 more charges. One was an escape attempt, and the other was an assault on staff, which basically was 2 inmates fighting. They broke it up. When they broke it up, they got hit, and so we both got charged with assault on staff. Pretty dark period. Have not been in any trouble since. It's kind of a wake-up call that if I didn't get myself together, I would die in it. And so since 2003, I've been out of prison. I successfully completed parole in 2005 and has since 2003, the most I've gotten is a traffic ticket or 2 here and there. Nothing major. But I've been gainfully employed as a plumber for most of my time since I've been released. And in doing so, I've had the opportunity to work at some funeral homes to service some of their plumbing needs. And I've become friends with a couple of different funeral directors in the Houston area. And getting the opportunity to see what they do firsthand and wanting to always be of service to people, I felt like this would be a good fit for me. And then, you know, I've had people, family and friends tell me that, you know, I'm a pretty empathetic person, and that they like to tell me I have kind eyes. I don't know what that means. So, no, it's something that I think I would be very good at. I've been, I'm a married father of 2, grandfather of 5. Unfortunately, I went through a very dark period in my younger life, and I've been trying to put that behind me ever since. So at some point, I will hope that I'm no longer judged by the worst part of my life, but by the better parts of my life.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Seals, I have a question. You're currently employed as a plumber, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what would be the plan? The plan would be to enter school.
I'm actually, I just finished the orientation for the Commonwealth Institute in Houston, and hoping to begin classes October 2nd. And I'm doing an online associate's program, so I'll continue working in my current position until I graduate, and hopefully be able to get licensed and get into the funeral business.
Do you have any, trying to go through your resume or your letters of recommendation, do you have anyone, do you know anyone in the funeral industry?
I actually know 2 people, one very well, one, you know, casually, that are, one of them is a funeral director, the other one is I guess you could consider him an assistant funeral director, because he works under a funeral director. And the gentleman I know that's the funeral director, I think the name of this funeral home is Respect of Life Funeral Home. He's given me the opportunity to shadow him when our schedules permit. And so, you know, plumbing is a cyclical business. So when we're down, he told me to just give him a call, and if I want to come and shadow him, I'll be more than welcome to.
So I would have preferred to see some sort of reference from somebody in the funeral industry. But I will say it's quite remarkable to have stayed out of trouble for so long. You mentioned that was a wake-up call. That was a heck of a wake-up call.
Oh, absolutely, man. I think we've all made bad choices in our life. Mine unfortunately took a large chunk of my life. And the amount of loss that I experienced, and I completely own it. I'm not, you know, I don't have a sad love story. I grew up in a middle-class home. I chose to do things that were inappropriate. And as a result, they landed me in a hot situation. But I chose to try to outlive that and to, build a better track record for my children and my grandchildren.
So, Mr. Seals, it's been 33 years,
Yes, sir.
so, tell me, I'm bouncing off of Commissioner Sapansky a bit, as your plan, so, what was it for you that said, I wanna be in funeral service, I wanna do that? What was that moment for you?
About 2 years ago, I had a very close friend whose father passed away. And he was like a father to me because I'd never known my father. And so it hit me pretty hard. I went with the family to make initial arrangements. And I was so awestruck by the young lady that helped us. Because the amount of emotional turmoil that was going on in that room at that time, and the way she nimbly navigated it and helped us make the decisions we needed to make in order to give him a proper send off. I was overwhelmed by it. And she was the one who, you know, I asked her on the day of the funeral when we were just about to do the interment. I pulled her to the side and I asked her, how did she get into it? She was a relatively young lady, probably in her late 20s. And she's the one who told me about the Commonwealth Institute. And so I started researching about 2 years ago. And it was that moment, just watching her work, that really just kind of just wowed me.
So this industry is not like any other position or profession, because as you witnessed in that moment, she was taking that family and moving them through things and emotions and decisions and money and all of that. So tell me, just, I know it's been a long time and I appreciate your stance on owning what you've done and also saying I drew a line in the sand for my life. Tell me what that looks like for you sitting with a family with those responsibilities.
If I'm understanding your question correctly, you're asking how would I help a family navigate through that?
Yes, and given that we are really a professional for all different things in that moment, you have money issues that you're helping with, you have emotions, decisions. Tell me.
I think that's a really good question. I think for me, the most important thing is to allow someone to express themselves, however that comes out of them. But at the same time, helping them to make those tough decisions and keeping them focused and bringing them back to, I like to use the term when I'm dealing with my grandchildren, come back to real time when they get really emotionally charged. But bringing them back into a space where they are able to rationally make a decision about what's best for their families from that point forward. It's kind of, I guess, it's almost like a minefield in some respects, because especially if you have multiple people in a situation that all may want different things, but helping them to realize that the process is while it may be a painful process, it's also part of your healing to make these final decisions as meaningful and as relevant to your family as possible without so much emotion involved. Emotion makes us make bad decisions all the time. We're trying to help them diffuse or take the energy out of the room a little bit to help them make decisions that are not necessarily emotional decisions.
So, Mr. Seal, you just explained to me exactly the importance of what a funeral director does. And believe that you're that person that can do that?
Absolutely. If I didn't, I wouldn't have drove here. My wife said, when I told my wife about the option between Zoom and this, she said, well, why not just get on Zoom? And I've always, since I was released from prison, I've always believed that I present better in person than I do over the phone or through a computer. And so I said, no, I'll take off work today, and I let my boss know in advance that I wouldn't be available today, and I told him why. So.
Appreciate that. And I appreciate you sharing your story about what you did as a young man and how you chose to change that direction for yourself, but also your kids and your grandkids. Any further discussion or motion?
I move to approve that Mr. Victor Seals is eligible to apply for the provisional license.
I'll second it.
Right, we have a motion by Commissioner Combas and a second by Commissioner Ubiella. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. You're very welcome. Thank you, Mr. Sell. Safe travels.
Thank you, sir.
Miss Claudia Slayton. If you're online, if you'll raise your hand, please.
Not first one.
She's there.
Oh.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Slayton. Thank you for joining us today. If you would like to take about 2 minutes to tell us a little bit about yourself, introduce yourself, that if the commissioners have any questions, they'll ask you after your comments.
My name is Claudia Slayton. I'm 28 years old. I've been in this industry for about 2 years now. I started out working at the local funeral home, just doing transports, and eventually got a job in Dallas doing removals and transports for a company called Angel Wings Mortuary, or DFW Mortuary, Angel Wings Transport. I have 4 children, and I'm enrolled in Dallas Institute of Funeral Services full time. I'm in my 4th quarter. I have about 9 months left before I graduate. And I understand that I had made some previous mistakes. I have a theft charge, $300 to $500, I believe it is. It was theft of newspapers whenever I had a misunderstanding with the place I was getting the newspapers from.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Slayton, can you please explain to us the offense and what occurred with that?
Yes, sir. So it was, I think in 2018 or 2019, I was couponing. So the Sunday papers, they do, they have the coupons in them. I went to the local store, convenience store, and I had asked the cashier if they sold those newspapers. They were outside in a bundle. So I asked the cashier if they sold them there. They said, no, ma'am, we do not sell those newspapers here. I said, well, how do I get those? Are they free? Were they dropped here by mistake? And she said that you can go ahead and take them. And I took them 2 days later. An officer said they caught me on camera taking them, and I offered to give them back. I offered to pay for them, and they arrested me, and I was later put on probation for it.
So you're currently enrolled in mortuary school, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In Dallas?
Yes, sir. I do the online courses.
And you started that, when did you enroll?
This will be my fourth quarter, so I started in 2023 of August, I believe.
So you're getting close to finishing.
Yes, sir. I'm taking a few less classes than everyone else. Each quarter I take between 4 and 5, since I have children and I work full time. Slow and steady wins the race in my case.
So are you working at two positions, two mortuaries?
They're a combined unit, I believe. It's Angel Wings Transport / DFW Mortuary. My payroll says Angel Wings Transport, but it's also a mortuary.
Any further questions? Anyone like to make a motion?
I move to approve Claudia Slayton that is eligible to apply for her provisional list.
A motion by Commissioner Combas, a second.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Brown. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Light.
you.
Okay, Wesley Square. Oh. Hello, Mr. Square. Thank you for being here today. Yes, 2 minutes. Yes, sir.
All right, good morning, board. My name is Wesley Square. I'm from South Texas. A little about me, I joined the United States Army in 1995, got a discharge, got out in 1989. Came back on the tower, worked for a little bit, watching TV, wanted to come sail the seas. So I joined the Navy. In 1999, and when I was in Hawaii in 2006, I worked at the Fort Wick Mortuary in Honolulu as a funeral service. I did that for like about a year and a half on my side job while also working in the military. Move on forward. In 2018 is when I had my situation. I'm going to go back to that. After 2018, I went home and took care of my parents, which I'm currently doing right now. I waited 2 years after everything had happened to get myself together, calm down. Then I joined Dallas Institute of Funeral Service in January 21. I graduated in May of 2022 with my Things Applied Associate's degree. I was Student of the Year. The following year, I went on and got my cremation license. And I'm currently at home taking care of my 83-year-old parent. And that's where I've been at.
Mr. Square, thank you for your service to our country.
So how long were you in the military total?
23 and a half.
Okay. So I do wanna commend you for this because, Dallas Institute is my alma mater and I understand what the Bill Pierce Award is here. And for y'all, you folks that don't know, Mr. Pierce, was a pioneer in our industry and, began Pierce Chemicals. That is a company that stands today and manufactures chemicals. So every year, a student is awarded that based on character, grades, merit, attendance, all of that stuff. So I want to commend you for that because that's not an easy award to get. They give one out per class. So congratulations on that. Yeah. So if you have to just sum this up to us and tell us, just give it to us and tell us your thoughts on your problem that you had and then what that looks like for you today.
That problem I had back in 2017, it just smelled more today. And, we was getting ready to go into partner. I was on the US Nimitz, and then ignorance. One thing, ignorance, that's a blatant mistake that I wouldn't say shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. And the whole course, man, to be on a ship with 5,000 sailors and to be this high ranked. And then to drop you, people were just looking at you like you wasn't nothing. But I got it together, and in September 18, that's when I finally I got my honorable discharge because of everything that's happened, and because I was facing 2 months in the brig, and yeah. It's whenever I go back to it, it's a dark moment, but I learned to build off of it. It's hard because I know it shouldn't have happened, but it did. But
So you were honorably discharged?
yes, sir.
That was my second question regarding that. So have you had any issues in the last 7 years?
Oh, no, sir.
Since that?
I've been on the tower, I say with my folks. It's like I have the issue here, but I still got my folks, so I have to just keep going and just staying busy with them, and because they got their own things, appointment, and so forth. So that's what I do right now. And whenever somebody needs me around the community, if it help them out, wood, cutting grass,
Sure.
that's what I do.
So obviously you went through school and was very successful in mortuary school, but you never did. Is this the first time you've attempted to get your provisional?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Was it because you just didn't think you could, or that? Tell me your thoughts.
It might have been the third quarter or the fourth quarter when I looked up and I said, oh, I gotta go forward with this. And I was like, oh, I was a little bit nervous, and I went and talked to one of the instructors. You might know him, Mr. Brian Mullins.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, me and him was real good friends, and he told me, he was like, hey, just go to the board. The board's pretty cool. He said, depending on whatever they're lenient or whatever, depending on whatever. And I told him everything that happened, and so, yeah, I am.
Prior to this offense, you have no other offenses. This is the one in your record, correct?
Well, I had an 18, well, yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was one that I had when I was 18 that had been expunged right before I joined the military. So yes, sir. That's the one. But that was back in 1993. This was the only one that I've had my whole military career.
Prior to this offense, you were a senior chief.
Chief.
Just a chief petty officer. And chief, I too commend your service over 23 years. And given the nature of the offense, it's followed you for a while. And I don't have any concerns.
I don't either. Someone like to make a motion?
I move to approve that Mr. Wesley Square is eligible to apply for his provisional license.
I have a motion by Commissioner Gombast.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Brown. Any further discussion?
May I say?
Yes, please.
So, I think, I appreciate where you're sitting today, and I think that you understand what this means for you in your career and your profession, but what it means for your community and just you as a person. And I want to empower you to say that this board wants you to be successful.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Sir. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is David Yusquero.
You scared them.
And, okay, very good. Yes, he's online. He'll be joining us online here.
Scared them.
Yusquero? Good morning. Bruce Photo, if you can hear us, please unmute your microphone. If, let me see. Anything you all would like to discuss while they work on the sound?
Regards to this,
Yes, sir.
but you know, it's the time factor again, been 20 years, since the crime was committed. So. Really just that one conviction, yeah. Looks like he's in the industry.
His letters of recommendation speak well of him as well, and they're from the funeral industry as well. I have no concerns about his ability to perform as a director. I wish we could get the mute to work, but nope, there he is. Okay.
Hi, I apologize about this. Yeah, my name is David Izquierdo. I've been listening to the format. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, you know, I was afraid this would happen. I do have a family that just walked in. So I'm gonna keep this really short. You know, I was in my 20s when I committed my offense. I was young. Well, I wasn't that young, but I was single, unmarried, really no responsibilities but to myself. But now, 20 years later, I am married with 5 children, more responsibility. Since then, I have not recommitted any crimes. Since then, I've been able to achieve professional positions, including right now I have my license from the state of Texas for insurance, which is how I got into pre-need sales, which is what I'm doing now at a funeral home. And so I've been doing pre-need sales for about 4 or 5 years now, and just working in the funeral industry has motivated me to become a funeral director, which is why I'm applying now. You know, I really hope that you decide in my favor. But yeah, what I did was a long time ago, and it wasn't crimes against anybody. It was just breaking the law. And I regretted it ever since, but it hasn't limited me from, pursuing my goals and accomplishing them. And so I thank God for that. And thank you for this opportunity. And yeah, if you have any questions, feel free. Please.
Thank you. Which insurance company are you currently writing with?
FDLIC.
Are you currently enrolled in school?
You know what? I was recently enrolled, but I had no idea that it was so much of a workload. So I actually withdrew, and I wanted to, I guess, hear what you had to determine before I pursued that. So like recently I got accepted into Northeastern. I can't remember the school. But yeah, it was a lot. It was 16 credits, and it was just too much for me to handle right now. So I'm going to reapply, but this also gives me an opportunity for me to hear, if you feel I'm fit or not. But no, to answer your question, I'm not enrolled.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Escardo, apart from being a licensed pre-need agent, are you currently working at a funeral home as an employee of the funeral home, or just doing the pre-need sales?
Yeah, I'm an employee for Legacy Group. And so I'm an employee of that company, and then also they call us gunslingers. So I'm one of their gunslingers right now.
Any further discussion or questions? Anyone's ready to make a motion? Please do.
I move to approve that Mr. David Izquierdo is eligible to apply for a provisional license.
Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
You think we can barrel through the first? Yeah.
Okay. Commissioners, we are moving to section for 203.16S. These are individuals that are licensed applicants that are requiring our approval. So these are people that are licensed. And that should be in your, or they're applying for a license.
The only one I could not find in my packet, Telmo Fernandez. Did y'all?
It should be in there. Let me-
And also in the green folder you were given this morning, there is one little write-up that looks like this. That will also need to be with Mr. Hernandez's file.
Looks like, was Commissioner O'Geal the only one that would have seen that one, and so I can.
I'll look on.
Okay, I was like, I can have some documents.
Okay, so first is Brandon Frederick. Oh, okay. No, of course. We'll take a
Just a few minutes.
okay. How about, we're going to take a short break before this. How about come back? It's now 12:03. And if you all could come back at, is 12:10, okay? All right, 12:10. So the time is now 12:03 and we are going to take a break. (12:12) and we are back on the record. We have a quorum. We are now reviewing the applications under Rule 203.16S for individuals who have submitted applications but do require the commission's approval. All right, first one, Brandon Frederick. The reciprocal.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr.
Hello.
Frederick.
Hello to you all.
If you would please introduce yourself, we'll give you 2 minutes. Tell us your story, please.
Okay. All right. First of all, please excuse my background. I am currently in the field working. Life shares I coordinated. I just came for free. My name is Brandon Frederick. I'm a licensed funeral director in North and South Carolina. I've been licensed since 2008 in South Carolina and North Carolina 2014. Seeking licensure in the state of Texas as a new start for me and relocation.
Thank you very much. Commissioners?
So he's applying for the reciprocal.
Reciprocal.
Okay.
And he has that, and there's some recommendations.
Mr. Frederick, can you tell us what happened with it looks like the sales tax or the property tax? Can you share with us what happened?
Yes. So I was owner of Bill Frederick Memorial Center from 2013 to 2023. It was an issue, joint ownership with at that time my wife, or ex-wife now, we're divorced, and she was the office administrator overseeing all of the finances and tax information. She was in charge of doing all those things. I did the day-to-day operations for the embalming, meeting with families and things of that nature. Around about, I say 2018, we started having marital problems, and unbeknownst to me, things weren't getting reported. She stopped reporting and paying taxes, and around 2020 came an audit, and unbeknownst to me, I was hit in the stomach with a gut punch, finding out things that I didn't know were transpiring. And I think I take ownership of my part of not making myself abreast on that side of the business, because I trusted my counterpart, which was my wife at the time, to handle business as she should. However, that was not taking place. And so as a result of that, I was charged with tax evasion, 3 counts of tax evasion. Those charges were dropped, and my case was dismissed. My license were not affected in either states, and I'm still cleared to practice funeral service in the state of South Carolina. The business closed in March of 2023 as a result of that, due to being in a small town where we were located in Chester, South Carolina. We lost a lot of our business and were not able to recoup and recover from what had transpired.
Thank you for that.
So I'm confused by the documents that were submitted. Are you saying that all 3 charges were dismissed in February of this year?
So February, yes, sir.
Or
So
was
what
it-
happened? They dropped the.
Because I show a guilty plea on each of them, at least from what I can see. So could you explain that?
It was only one. 2 of them were dropped. It was a total of 3. 2
I
of them
see.
were dropped. One was it was a plea for. I think I came away with a misdemeanor, which can be expunged from basically what my lawyer was telling me, from 2 to 5 years can be expunged.
You got a deferred adjudication or a deferred on these? I don't know what South Carolina, what their law is with regards to this. So were you found guilty?
So I pled guilty. So basically, for what they told me, it's just I walked away with one misdemeanor. The other two charges were dropped. So I don't have those other two charges against me.
Was your wife charged or convicted?
She was charged, but after I pled, her charges were dropped, from my understanding. And she's my ex-wife. Now she's no
I
one knows.
apologize for that, yes.
It's okay.
What? Given what you told us, why did you plead guilty?
Everything was in my name. So I was facing 15 years, 5 years per count. And I accepted my responsibility. I should have been, abreast of what was going on top of the finances as well, along with her. But I guess my trust in my marriage, I left that to her because she was the finance guru, and she handled taxes. She owned her family owned a tax accounting business, which I thought, and in turn, that was not true. And so it was a whole misleading thing that I had to deal with, and I was forced to, tote the bag on this. And so I accepted accountability. If had I gone to trial, I would have been facing 15 years prison time. And so I was faced with either facing the 15 years or taking the plea, which would result in a misdemeanor.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a quick question for our applicant.
Yes, sir.
On one of these reports that he gave us from the court, disposition date 2/14/24. I heard you say everything had been completed or dismissed. So as of 2/14/24, is there any further probation, fees owed, anything in that category?
No, sir, I did not receive probation. My court costs have already been satisfied. They were satisfied once we left out of court. So everything's been satisfied. I don't have anything else further to do in reference to this charge.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Frederick, did you have to go before the South Carolina board for this, any reason with this?
No, sir.
How often do you renew in South Carolina?
Every 2 years in South Carolina and every year in North Carolina. So I just renewed this year. I have a copy of my license where it's been renewed for South Carolina for this year. And it's also can be found on their website as well. South Carolina LLR that's active.
Okay, so I'm looking at 10/31/22 was the date of offense, conviction 2/14/24. Do you live in Texas?
No, sir, not at the moment. I'm planning on to relocate to Texas, pending licensure and finding a job. Funeral service is basically all I know. It's what I've been doing since I was 8 years old. I've always worked in the funeral industry.
Are you And you're currently working in the funeral industry in South Carolina, correct?
I'm currently working at LifeShare, which is in the healthcare. We deal with funeral homes as well. I'm a eye coordinator, so I recover corneas for from donors, and then we deal directly with funeral homes as well. So they work in tandem.
Okay, I'm gonna back up a little bit, because I want to make sure I understand what's happening. This conviction or the offense back in 2022, you owned your funeral home. You were the owner along with your wife. You were the funeral director in charge.
Yes, sir. I was a sole owner.
Sole owner. Where is that business?
It's closed.
It's closed.
It's
Okay.
closed. It closed in March 23.
Okay, so 6 months or so later after the offense, you guys closed the operation.
The offense happened. The arrest was in 22. I went to court on February the 14th, and then the business closed in March of 23.
Right, 6 months after the offense. Or so.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So business closed March of 23. What did you do? Well, why did you close the business?
We had no business coming in. We're in a small town. In that town, there's six other firms, and we lost all of our business due to that because everything was in the newspaper, online, on the news, and we lost all. The calls just stopped, and we could not survive. It was small mom and pop funeral home. You know, we're not a corporate, not owned by a corporation or anything. So we didn't. I didn't have any money. I couldn't survive and pay the bills. So I was forced to close.
Okay. So after you closed, you went into a little bit of a different industry.
Yes.
Is your license, you're still licensed funeral director in South Carolina?
Still licensed, yes, sir. Active, just renewed. My license expired in June, so they were renewed June 30th of this year.
So June 30th of 24, you renewed your license in South Carolina.
Yes, sir. There were no actions taken against my license whatsoever. I did not have to go before the board or anything of that nature.
So I'm trying to, so where does Texas come into all of this?
Well, it's a relocation for me, a fresh start. It's something I've always wanted to do. I always wanted to live in Texas. At the time, I couldn't, relocate out there because I was taking care of my family members. I had a brother who was dealing with cancer who passed in 2020. My mother had stage 4 breast cancer. So there's only 2 of us. I was left with my parents, and so it was just a whole lot going on at that time. It wasn't feasible for me to move, and I think now is a perfect time for me to get a fresh start. And still maintain my licensure in North and South Carolina, because you never know who may need help. I could be a liaison if I'm in Texas for North and South Carolina, to help whatever firm that I'm affiliated with from that aspect.
So he's applying for a reciprocal in Texas.
Mr. Frederick, you're licensed also in North Carolina?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't go before that board?
No, sir. I've never had anything go against any of my licenses ever.
Okay.
Are you required to self-report any offenses in those states?
Any offenses, they're automatically reported. Any offenses that that may occur, they're automatically reported. They'll already know.
I'm still having trouble understanding why you pled guilty and let your ex-wife off, essentially, when she was the one, at least according to what you told us, that committed the offense.
Well, it wasn't a matter of me letting her off. We were in two separate, tried in two separate cities in South Carolina. So it was two separate cases. Now, from my understanding, her charges were dropped. I don't know because I don't have contact with her. All I know is what was told to me, that her charges were dropped. Now, for as her legal information, I don't have access to that. That's just what I was told through hearsay that her charges were dropped. But per my lawyer, I had to take responsibility because everything was solely in my name. So I was faced with either taking the plea or having to go to court and fight for 15 years of a conviction for up to 15 years prison time. And he advised me to take the plea and the misdemeanor. So we were not tried together. We were tried in two different cities and two separate times, from my understanding.
So this is a pretty serious offense, and this is just so fresh. I mean, we're talking about 3 months ago.
Charged about 24 months ago, convicted in other resolved in
February
this year. It's involving the funeral industry.
It's involving this is, I mean, this is directly involving the funeral industry, and then now you're not even back in the funeral industry. I don't know.
I mean, I sent my resume over. I do trade, funeral directing for funeral homes that call as trade. I do still work in the industry when I receive calls for trade. My licenses are still active. I haven't had anything to go against my license at all. It's unfortunate that I had to go through this, but this has caused me a world of pain and a world of trouble. I'm just trying to get my life back on the right track. I'm trying to get reestablished in the funeral service industry. This is all I know. And so the job that I'm working now is outside my norm. I'm not used to this. This is not something that I want to do. This is something that I have to do in order to be able to survive and pay my bills. But funeral service is where my passion lies. I've been in the funeral industry. I started out just having my parents take me to funerals of people that we didn't even know when I was 8 years old, just because I wanted to be around funerals. I wanted to be around the funeral industry. So this is where my passion lies. This is my life. This is all I know. So I'm just looking for a second opportunity, a fresh start to live out my dream and serve the people. That's all I ever done. And that's all I know.
So you said that this doesn't affect your license, but it does. Because this is directly, I mean, this is directly in the funeral business, this offense, and it's fresh off the heels of this conviction.
At least in Texas. Right. And for how we see that in Texas.
Well, right, I mean,
Different.
yeah, there's, I don't know about South Carolina, but I'm just speaking in Texas here. So I'm gonna make a motion. I move to deny Mr. Frederick from renewing his, I don't even know if that's the right thing, the reciprocal license for the following reasons. Number one, it's too soon. The offense was directly has to do with the funeral industry. It was the business that he owned. And then the timing of it is just too soon.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Skapansky. Second by Commissioner Heffley. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Thank you very much for being here today, Mr. Frederick.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir. Mrs. Granda? Ms. Seda Granda? And she is joining us by Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can. How are you doing today?
I am doing well, thank you.
Good, all right. Well, welcome, and if you could just introduce yourself, we'll give you about 2 minutes. Please, ma'am.
Okay, my name is Saida Granda. I'm 29. I graduated from Dallas Institute Funeral Service last year in 2023. I am currently employed at a family-owned funeral home as a funeral director's assistant. Prior to that, I was the embalmer for about 2 years for the same company. And while I was a student, so a provisional embalmer. And I have a passion for this profession and guiding families through difficult times, a bereavement, and being someone that people can trust to care for the deceased with respect. And I've been very dedicated to this profession since I started my first day of mortuary college, and my heart is really in it. And, I intend to stay diligent through my entire career. And, one day I plan to open up my own funeral establishment. So it's very important to me.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Commissioner, do you have any questions of Ms. Branda?
So she's already licensed, so she's applying for like the maintain an embalmer license? Is that what?
So she was licensed by staff without the knowledge of the required individual.
Okay.
And so, in order to keep her embalming license, we had to bring it back before.
Got it.
And, just real quick, there is a mistype on her second conviction, or the second, charge. It should be, that the date the offense was committed was July 15th, 2014, not, I think I have November 2014 and or 2019. So both they're both 20.
Okay.
Or 2014. Yes. Sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. That was That was a question that I had. Okay. Those, these two offenses were basically, they were at the same time,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, that is correct. I got originally charged with theft, and then, they had to search my belongings, and while they were searching, they found possession of marijuana in the bag. So together, it was charged at the same time, basically.
How old were you at the time?
I was about, I believe, 19 years old. So that was, oh, I'm 29, so that's about a decade ago.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
in her references one from probably a 50-year licensee, Charles W. Smith, and I think that says a lot of his trust, as with her as an employee with his organization. So I just wanted to comment on one of her references.
Yeah, no. Yeah. I'll move to approve, Seda Granda for the maintenance of a embalmer license.
Have
Is
a
that correct?
motion
Is that correct?
by Commissioner Obiella and a second by Commissioner Combast. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Brown.
Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez. And then in the green file, commissioners, there was one page, 2 sentences.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. This one's good.
Mr. Hernandez, how are you today?
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good
How are you?
afternoon. Thank you for joining us. We'll give you 2 minutes to tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I was first intrigued when I was 8 years old. My brother's father-in-law had passed away. And that's when I raised some questions for the funeral industry. And then I was a child, didn't really follow up on it until I was 18 and coming out of high school. I was having a child at that time. My girlfriend at that time was the one with the charges that I have. Right after high school, I pursued going to Commonwealth. Graduated in 2009. Now licensed. I have come before the commission before because of the conviction at that time. And first time around, I was denied. Second time, I was approved. And then I got licensure. After that, I did get another conviction. After that conviction, I was placed on probationary. I never had to come before the board at that time, but I did complete whatever the requirements were required at that time. I stayed pretty steady at one firm for the most of the time that I've been licensed for. And in 2001, I was able to open up my own establishment. We have been licensed since 2021, and we are expanding over to a second location.
Thank you. What is the name of that location?
Hernandez Funeral Home, Houston. There is a Hernandez Funeral Home that is in Rosenberg. We're not affiliated, so. We've never had any violations or anything like that. So whatever Hernandez Funeral Home in Rosenberg, we're not affiliated with them.
Are you currently living in Houston or
I am.
Logan County?
No, there's no Houston.
And then, you've been before us before and had a probationary license?
Correct.
before?
Correct.
When was that?
So the first time was in like 2008, 2009, when I was trying to get licensed for the first time. And I was denied. After I was denied, I came back before the board and I was licensed. I was approved. That's when Ted Robbins was around. He approved it, and then, I got another charge like in 2011. I got convicted in 2012, I believe, or completed or whatnot. So that offense, during that offense, I was placed on probationary again. So they switched the license and they placed probationary period over that time. Once I had finished, the probation period that I had with the state for the charges, the probationary off of the funeral director's license came off.
So I'm confused by the dates because the charge that was filed, which was the second-degree felony of assault, was in 2013. So if you said that you had, and I don't see the rest of the charges in the file, so maybe I'm just missing it, but I'm a little shady on the timeline here, so.
May I interject really
Yes.
quick? So for, unfortunately, part of this is where we don't have all of our records. We did have, so he, like you said, he went before the commission for the previous charges. I did find like a draft, and then per our, I think we put it in here per Versa. The date that he was issued a regular license happened before this latest charge. And so because the latest offense relates to funeral directing and embalming, he needed to come back before the commission for that particular charge. But the reason the other ones aren't considered is because he'd already gone before the commission on that.
Okay, but why did you continue to have a license for the last 10 years? Wait, one would think that the license
So
would have
he-
been suspended, but based on the new charge.
So-
Or, I mean, it's not
No.
new, it's 2013.
Right, so I think it came up because we were doing, because he's applying for an establishment license, and
And we never required a criminal we never required you to submit a criminal background or a disclosure of these items before this year?
For establishment.
Isn't there a self-reporting
well, but
statute?
there is.
Not for establishments. This is
Yeah.
new for establishment.
But for the maintenance of the existing funeral director license.
Correct.
I think it's for felonies. Wait, was this a felony?
This is a felony,
Oh,
this second degree
sorry.
felony. Did you not disclose it on your renewals?
That's what I'm saying. I got a call and they placed another probationary period on my license. And it wasn't until after I finished probation with Harris County, then I got my license back.
What year was that?
I don't recall the year.
Well, it says deferred adjudication terminated May 17th of 18. So one would think that it was, you were off probation by 2018.
These started long ago. Sorry, I had a motorcycle accident in 2017.
Okay.
So, yeah, there you go.
No, I just wanted to make sure that you were, that our records show that you disclosed this to us. And I wanted to be clear on that because
Yeah,
the timeline did not make sense to me.
At any time, you know, the commission has it. One time I got a call because I had tickets. So I know that I've been called every time.
Okay. It was before I got on the commission, so that's why I don't
was surprised
recognize
to
your
me.
name or any of this.
Tickets, traffic tickets, so.
So 18 was, community supervision fulfilled, right? 5/17 of 18. No, when was the last time you renewed?
I just renewed this past June. And my license was in.
Okay. All right.
And it never came before the commission on that renewal or prior renewals?
That's what I'm looking, because I know I looked at this, because I'd originally cleared him, because, I didn't see, this based on what he had said about coming before the commission. But then I found a document where it was dated, after the probation period ended, so that's why I said he would come back here. So now I'm trying to find, so I thought it was the Versa, because the agreed order had ended in 2011. The charge happened in
But that's
2013.
the before the felony assault, the one I'm
Right,
concerned about.
Right, and so that was why I had him, told him he needed to come back. If we want, I can take a few minutes to break and look for it.
Can I chime in? Under chapter 53 of the Texas Occupations Code, it looks like this was a deferred adjudication charge, and so the
It was
commission
just-
can only take action if it's been within 5 years.
No,
Okay.
that's not true, because I looked at that too. So
Or
if they were found guilty under deferred adjudication, they'd be rendered inoperative by law from having a license. And if he had been convicted of this, because it relates, they wouldn't have found him.
it looks from the records in the binder like it was terminated, so he's completed the deferred adjudication.
No, I understand, but if you go
I
back.
guess I'm just saying for the purposes of why we're here today, I don't know that, we can take any action on that.
And that's
On-
where
On
I
that
just-
separate
On the
license.
funeral director, the
Yes.
only one that's before us today is this
The
one.
establishment, yeah.
And I think my concern was answered because you did say that you did disclose this to us. And it was the commission's fault potentially that maybe nothing was done about it, but.
Well, and then there's a difference because after the last statute change with the background check of establishment, so it's putting an owner of funeral homes background check now. Before, an owner of funeral home didn't even need to be a licensed person, and we didn't have background checks.
Yeah.
So that's,
I just want to make sure you were being truthful with us. If you're being truthful with us, then that makes me feel a lot more
I've never had
comfortable.
any violations with any of the locations that I've had, either with Harris County or with you.
So this was all dismissed, correct? When was that?
So I know, I don't remember the timeline.
Looks like 2018.
2018, because it was right after the motorcycle. I know I had a motorcycle right after that, 2017, and then right after that, I was released from probation.
And you completed community supervision, you went through all the steps to. I'm pretty confident.
Okay, so I want to be clear here, and you might not know this just because you haven't not read these documents. So it looks like the court actually did not find you guilty. I'm looking at page 2 here, because it was a deferred adjudication.
Sure.
And after you successfully completed the terms of your probation, it says the deferred adjudication of guilt was terminated. The defendant's case was dismissed. And it was not deemed a conviction for the purposes of disqualification, disability disposed by law for conviction of offense. So I'm actually concerned whether we actually could consider this because she legally was not convicted.
Right, we're gonna look into that. There's a little bit of interpretation on statute that we need to clear up.
Okay. Well, for the purposes of what's before us today, I would hate to make a decision to withhold the license based upon an offense where he was not found guilty. So I move to approve the application of Anselmo Hernandez to receive an establishment license.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Obiella. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Brown. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes.
To be clear, we're not, I want to follow up with anything.
The staff will follow up with you if there's anything else that they need. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Safe travels home.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Sean McElvain. Good afternoon.
Good job on the pronunciation.
Thank you. All right. For a provisional license,
Yes.
tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I am currently the first call manager for Tranquil Mortuary Services. We do all of the unnatural death, crime scene, autopsy calls for all the justices of the peace in Williamson County. We also work for just about every funeral home in the Austin and surrounding areas down to San Marcos, up to Temple. I've been doing that same thing for quite a while. I have a real passion for the industry and helping folks, and I'd like to be able to, you know, expand my role as far as being able to deal directly with families rather than, you know, just doing crime scene calls and driving for United Tissue Resources and things like that. You know, I have a fairly extensive criminal background here, but no felony convictions, nothing violent, nothing theft related. They're all pretty much marijuana charges or marijuana related. I was guilty of every single one of them. I've changed a lot since then, and part of the reason why is this industry is giving me something to work for and be passionate about, and to, you know, keep me busy and out of trouble also. So I feel like I bring a lot to the industry already. I've got some letters of recommendation sent to you guys to that effect, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Sir.
How do you say your last name?
McElvain.
McElvain. Mr. McElvain, are you currently enrolled in school?
No, sir. At Commonwealth, I finished, I believe it was 3 of my 4 quarters in the embalming and funeral director program. But in my last quarter, I ran out of money, so I had to graduate as just a funeral director. I had like 2 classes left to complete my embalming. It has now been about 5 years since I graduated, so I would actually need to go back and do everything from the beginning to do my embalming. If I don't get my funeral directing certification first, which would kind of allow me to go back and get that embalming certification also. So that's kind of where I'm at as far as that goes. I passed my state board exam, I think like 14 or 15 months ago, something like that. I've worked in the industry the entire time since I graduated, and so I've got a lot of experience, and I'd like to get more in serving families. Right now, in my job for the Justices of the Peace in Williamson County, I'm, you know, I basically get to say, you know, I'm sorry for your loss. Here's who we need to contact, and you know that's it. You know, and I'd like to be able to be more involved with the families that are serving.
Okay, so you
I'm also not getting any younger, and carrying people up and down stairs is a big part of my job right now.
So you graduated. Well, you didn't graduate.
No, I graduated, but just from the funeral directing, not from the. funeral.
Okay.
So
So-
the certification, not the associates.
Right, so you had the certificate in how, like 5 years ago?
Yeah, I believe, when I first applied with you guys, it was about 4.5 years. And, keep in mind, 2 years of that was 7 days a week, round the clock. COVID pickups for us every day, all day. So, I realized that it had been a few years, but 2 of those years were, dealing with the COVID outbreak and helping law enforcement in Williamson County and funeral homes. Anything for heart attacks and stuff.
Okay, so is this the first time you're applying for provisional?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you went to school. How come you didn't apply for your provisional or if you already were qualified?
So I expected to go back and finish my enrollment. Then COVID happened, which, by the time that was done, it was 3 years later. I contacted all the schools. They said that they don't even accept their own credits if it's been that long. So I would have to start over from the beginning, including, even things that made no sense to retake, like funeral ethics or, I doubt that's changed that much in the 3 years since I took it. I think that's taking it again. So, I want to get my associate's degree and be, useful in the funeral industry in every way that I can.
Right, I'm just trying to understand. So if you're applying for this provisional right now, does that mean you'd have to go back to school for your funeral or you could start right away?
No, I could start right away, but once I'm a funeral director, I do plan on going back and becoming an embalmer.
That's fine, that's a separate issue today.
Yes, sir.
Funeral director, but that, you couldn't have already done that several years ago?
I mean, I probably could have, but again, at the time I was, dealing with the COVID epidemic, and then, my boss, who I was very close with at the time, passed away about a year and a half ago or so, and so I was dealing with that. I really like the company that I work for, but the thing is, we're not a funeral home, so I can't, I can't do an apprenticeship there, I can't become a funeral director there, and so that's why I'm kind of trying to, move on and, be more on the funeral home side of things and less on the, crime scene, mortuary service type side.
What is the name of the company you work with that has the county contracts?
Tranquil Mortuary Service. And typically it's usually just Williamson County, and unless something is like really, in like Bastrop County or Blanco, if there's something that is just really out of the wheelhouse for their folks to be able to deal with, sometimes they'll call us. Yeah.
And they're locally owned, or are they the company that's out of California?
No, we're out of Hutto, Texas,
Okay, thank you.
but we serve the whole Central Texas area.
So, Mr. McElvain, a couple of questions.
Yes.
So I'm looking, so just fill me in if I missed this, I apologize. So you took the national board exam in October, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you graduated from mortuary school?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So during all of this time, so it's been 7 years since your last criminal issue, correct?
Yes, sir.
So,
and I don't even have like a traffic offense in that time.
So I'm looking at a couple of things. So how long have you been a first call manager?
I think about 4 years.
Okay, what does that entail?
For what we do, it's very hard to train somebody. I'm sure you know all the weird situations you walk into, and so I train people on like use of the equipment, use of reefs cot, backboard, things like that, ways to use sheets, trace blankets to preserve evidence, We deal a lot with like United Tissue Resources and Miracles in Sight, and we do some of the driving for TOSA also. And so there are certain things, you know, putting an ice pack under somebody's neck if there's a brain donation, or you know, making sure somebody's head is elevated after an eye donation, things of that nature that I basically train folks how to do correctly and properly. And if you know, if we're not doing something better than the funeral homes, it's not worth it for them to pay us. We're not the cheap service. The reason that they deal with us is because we're very good at what we do. We're well known for being very good at what we do.
So you have a current Texas driver's license?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many calls do you respond to every year or manage?
Oh, every year?
Just a ballpark.
Ooh, it's between our company does pretty close to 21 a day, about 20 a day. Sometimes it can be as low as like 4, but on an average, I'd say we do maybe at least 12 to 15 a day. And I do a good deal of those.
Sure.
I'm on call a lot.
So you deal, a lot of your reference letters are from law enforcement, justice of the peace.
Yes, sir. I also did bring the owner of Beck Funeral Home and Ramsey Funeral Home also wrote me a letter. And I have Josh from Elgin Funeral Home with me also. He's one of my letters of recommendation there.
You have somebody with you?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and
Tell
if,
us a little bit. I'll invite you to speak on.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Sean is not only extremely affable, just we utilize Tranquil when we can't make the calls ourselves, and like Sean, as we get older, it's getting harder and harder to do. I've had families call me and go out of their way to tell me what a phenomenal job, how compassionate he was when he was at their home or at the hospital. You know, oftentimes we walk into a hospital room and it's packed full of people, and to try to navigate that situation, he's done it just phenomenally. And anytime I call Sean, I have this peace of mind and knowing that my families are going to be taken care of.
And would you like the letters from Ramsey and Beck also? I apologize, I would have sent them in earlier, but they just sent them to me a couple days ago.
So that's just one set.
There's actually 3 letters in here. One is from a funeral director in Palmer. One is from Mark Ramsey, the owner of Ramsey Funeral Home. And then the other is from Blake Henderson, who runs and owns Beck Funeral Home.
Yes, sir. Maybe you'll pass them to Commissioner Haslett.
And actually, while I was here today, I got a call from Jan Beck of Beck Funeral Home complimenting me with a job I did with one of their families. The part that I don't know isn't the impacting with families. I already do that every day. It's the planning a burial service and things of that nature that I'm not speaking.
So I'm also looking at your letter of intent here. Tell me this. You quoted me that you're positive. You're positive if you allow the opportunity. You're positive in your abilities to serve families. I get that. Are you positive in your abilities that this is an opportunity for you?
Oh, yes.
Like, very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I know a lot of these individuals that have not the law enforcement, but different funeral homes with names in your thing. So I understand what those recommendations are. And I can assure you, funeral homes don't recommend someone if there is an inkling that you're gonna cause an issue with them or a liability issue. So
we have funeral homes that have entirely stopped having their own first call drivers because they are so happy with the job that we do, and it allows them to focus on the funeral directing and being with families, and so we take that very seriously.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I'm very comfortable with granting you a provisional license, and so I move that, I move to approve the, application of Sean McElvaney for a provisional license.
Okay, the motion on the floor by Commissioner Obiella. Do I hear a second?
A second.
Seconds by Commissioner Compass. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. A Mr. Chris Pickney for a provisional license. Thank you. Did I say your name correctly?
Pinckney, P-I-N-K-N-E-Y. Might be a little chicken scratch.
Great, great name. Thank you for being here with us, and I'm gonna give you 2 minutes. Tell us a little about yourself, please.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Christopher Pinckney. I'm a country boy from Upshur County, the great city of Gilmer, Texas, East Texas. I have over 20 years of experience in the industry. I am on my 8th year as operation manager for 2 firms of a first generation funeral home. I have made some mistakes in the past. The most recent would have been in 2019, with the domestic charge, with who is now my husband. At the time that the event happened, the last charge happened, we were not married. So we got the last incident out the way, and we've been great since. It's a dream of mine, it's a passion of mine. I am Rosewood, I'm not the owner, but I am the operations manager. I lost my mom in 2020, and one of the things that she told me before she closed her eyes was to make sure that I followed up on this career, this passion, the gift that the man upstairs gave me. I'm just here so that I could, be granted the license, the dual license to operate more efficiently, effectively, and also, of course, work legally.
Mr. Pickney, are you currently enrolled in Dallas or you graduated and you're graduating in October?
No,
or
sir,
you're enrolled in-
you're starting in the October session. I was gonna withdraw, but then I kind of prayed on it because my determination on school was gonna be if I was granted the license. It makes no sense to go to school, can't get a license. So, if you guys would grant me that license, of course, I would take up, involvement, directly in October in Dallas.
Mr. Pinckney, are you, the office manager at your location?
Yes, sir, both locations, Longview and
I
Jackson.
looked you up on your web guide and just wanted to confirm that that's still your role.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been there?
I've been there since we started, since July 16th, 2016.
That's when the funeral home started?
That's when the funeral home started.
Okay, so, so this funeral home is kind of gone through some things with you too.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
yes, sir.
Insane, okay. So am I right in saying the last time you had an issue, it's been probably 5 years?
Legal or with the firm?
Legal.
Yes, sir, 2019. It happened in 2019 when with COVID. I think they just finished it in 2021. I think on the document say on the domestic charge. And of course, all of my charges were dismissed. I think I had one that was a deferred adjudication. And then I had another one that was the same way. So I had 2 that were adjudicated, and then I had 2 that were dismissed.
And based upon conversation, we've had in multiple meetings is, I don't, when we don't have a guilty conviction, in each of these cases, I don't find a guilty conviction. All of these were dismissed throughout the process at various points. I don't feel comfortable holding people responsible for offenses to which they were never found guilty.
Right, we were just discussing, I think these 2019 and 2018 cases that were dismissed, we shouldn't
We should not consider
consider
them.
it. I think the 2018 carrying of a weapon, that's something that we could talk about at a previous, as part of his background, the criminal background, but again, it looks like those happened a while ago, and there's been no conviction since then.
And again, part of this is my interpretation of the law that if it was deferred adjudication, had they been guilty under statute, it's like even if they had been on deferred adjudication, if by operational law they would have been found guilty or would have been unable to get a license if had found guilty, that's why I included it, because I was thinking it meant by operational law that whatever was under Rule 203.16 of what we consider as relevant. Since talking with general counsel, my interpretation is most likely incorrect. So we will get all those fixed for the future. That was just, I should have clarified that.
No, that's fine. So really the only one we have here, at least from the records I can see, is the judgment of guilty on October 2nd of 2018 of the UCW charge.
Mhm.
Okay. I move to approve the application of Christopher Fitzgerald Pinckney for a provisional license.
Perfect. I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Obiel and a second by Commissioner Heffley. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes.
Congratulations.
Thank y'all.
Congratulations. Thank you. Urban Salomon. Good afternoon.
Hi,
Thank
good
you for
afternoon.
being here today.
Thank you for allowing me to come by, because I know COVID kind of probably backtracked us.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. And did I say your name correctly?
Sun Meadow and Salmeron, yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, we'll give you 2 minutes. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I'm gonna just get right to it. When I was younger, made bad decisions. Wasn't sure where I was in life, very immature, till I started hitting 30. My children, started wanting to give them a better future, show them a better way instead of the activities that I had taken part of, that I took part of with my old friends. And I just want to be able to change the dynamic of my family. For that time of growing, I was in and out of working for multiple funeral homes in Houston, from Compion Funeral Home to Vasquez Funeral Home to Schmidt Funeral Home, Claire Brothers Funeral Home. Worked for Riley Smith in Louisiana. So throughout this growth, basically I learned how to mature and how to grow up and become a man, because I was struggling through committing these crimes of living a lifestyle, being a DJ and a party promoter, and also wanted to be a funeral director. But with time, once 30 hit, I decided that this is what I really wanted to do. I always wanted to do it. I just felt like I wasn't dedicated 100% to the funeral industry, and it just wasn't my time at that time. But once my maturity hit, this is what I knew that it was set for my future, for my family. I lost my provisional embalmer's license because while I was working for another funeral home, it wasn't necessary for me to get my provisional embalmer's license. I did do my 2-year probation on my provisional embalmer and funeral directors. I became a licensed funeral director in the state of Texas, which I am currently a funeral director in charge at Hernandez Rosenberg Funeral Home in Rosenberg, which has been purchased by Sugar Land Mortuary. And now I work for the 3 firms, which has also purchased Gooden Funeral Home. The funeral home is about a merge. So they want me to be the FDIC and the embalmer in charge. So now this is the reason that I have come back, retract, and try to get my provisional embalmer's license. So not only I could better my opportunity in my career, but also, get a better salary pay and take care of my families professionally, with the knowledge that I'm supposed to have, as an embalmer and a funeral director. I know that my past is pretty extensive. I'm not a felon. But that doesn't stop from what I have felt in my community. I have felt in my state. But now I have, changed my life, and hopefully you guys give me an opportunity to change that and move forward with my life and better my career.
When did you?
Thank you very much.
Commonwealth Institute of Funeral Services.
So you're currently a funeral director,
I'm a funeral director.
and you've been licensed for how long?
I've been, licensed probably since I finished schooling during COVID, which was 2021. So I've been licensed probably since 2022, 23.
And you haven't had any convictions since you've been a licensed funeral director?
No, sorry.
Okay.
Have you completed all the terms of your punishment?
Yes, I have no ties to anything in regards to my criminal background. That's
No probation?
I did have the probation for my provisional license, which this is my funeral directors, and this is my embalmers. So I was, but now, I had called the commission recently and I told them, hey, cause they sent me a blue license, but when I called, they said that I still showed like it was on probation, so they just recently took it off probably a few months ago. But now during that time, I found this a great job, a great opportunity to work at a great firm, with a good name, and they give me an opportunity to give a name for myself.
So commissioners, what happened here?
What years?
Oh, it's 2020, it should be.
This was 2021, so
And
it
when did it-
expired.
When does it say it expired?
It probably expired on 2021.
Okay, so it had been issued 2 years before that.
Correct. But I did become a licensed funeral director, so I still kept working my licensed funeral director, because at the firm that I was working at, they didn't require me to embalm. But now that I am an FDIC here, the owner really wants me to like take full charge of the funeral home, because he's seeing how I work, so he really wants me to move forward with my provisional embalmer's license.
Do you have to go back to school for?
No, I just have to do my,
Provisional?
This is perfect. So I did start on my cases and stuff. I just, again, like I never finished it just because, I was making good money. I started doing removals. I was making money on the sides with the removals. And, funeral directing, making my salary, and then after hours, I was making contract work. I really didn't care for, the embalmer's part of it. I was just more focused on funeral directing, taking care of my families, not the back part of it. But since I've started working here, he was like, hey, I see how you deal with our families, but I really want you to be more involved in my whole funeral home. So he's gonna start construction. I know you heard the gentleman here talking earlier about Hernandez Funeral Home. So basically that situation occurred. So now Mr. Williams, the owner of the funeral home, is actually gonna merge two of our funeral homes and change the name, because he kind of wants to start some fresh, brand new for Rosenberg, Texas. And I really want to be a part of that. Matter of fact, I'm thinking about actually moving to the area, because I still live in Houston, but with time, hopefully with my career, I'm planning on moving to Rosenberg, Richmond area.
What is the funeral home again?
Sugarland Mortuary. It's owned by Mr. Donnell Williams, and he bought out Hernandez Rosenberg Funeral Home and Gooden Funeral Home. So he's technically, whatever removals I have for all three funeral homes, I do one. I'm currently the FDIC at Hernandez Rosenberg, but once the merger comes, I want to be the FDIC and the EFC.
So do we know when is he anticipating the merger?
So supposedly it's gonna be here in the next year. So he's doing all the documentation with you guys also, because I know that it's been something with the license period. So we just got a license for our actual building for Hernandez. So, under his management. So now I guess I'm assuming whatever paperwork is to do with you guys and the groundwork and all that. But they're saying anytime from the next couple of months to the next year.
So he's looking at starting a new funeral home.
So it's already Hernandez Funeral Home.
Right.
But he's basically, so he purchased that funeral home, purchased another funeral home. They're in the local vicinity.
Mhm.
So he's just gonna merge both of them into one and change the name of the funeral home from Hernandez to Rosenberg Funeral.
Okay. Using one of those buildings.
Right.
Oh, okay.
The Hernandez, the one that we're at.
Okay.
So locally right now, we're running all three funeral homes. But eventually those two, Sugarland's gonna stay the same, but those two funeral homes are gonna merge. And that's where I wanna be in charge, FDIC and embalmer in charge.
Okay.
How long have you worked in that
in the funeral industry. Again, like I said, I've been in the industry. My first job was at 19 for Greg Compion. He was, one of the chairmen here at the commission. But again, he even told me, he's like, son, he's like, you're just not ready. He's like, you're good. He's like, you're just immature right now. So, you know, that kind of, it hit me, you know, so with time, it stayed with me, but, I'm glad he told me that, because eventually, you know, that kind of followed me in my transition of becoming a funeral.
Just real quick, commissioners, really the only reason he is before you all, there was an agreed order back in 2020, but it just went before the executive director. It was not before the entire commission. Is that correct? You only spoke with Mr. Bauer for the.
Right, Mr.
Okay,
Bauer.
so you never appeared before the commission?
I
on
never
the
did,
prayer?
because he was my teacher. He was my funeral director teacher, and he was our president. So I didn't even have to come up because he actually knew me personally. So I think during the COVID time, I guess he put in a good word with the other commissioners. I didn't have to come, but this time they gave me the option, but I was like, hey, I'd just rather go show my
Right.
face.
So, even though there was no new offenses since 2020, because the proper procedures weren't followed before, that's why he's before y'all now, so. Okay.
Commissioner, I move to approve that Irvin
Yes, sir,
Urban Salmadon may receive a provisional embalmer license, provided he successfully complete all the other application requirements.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Skapansky and a second from Commissioner Brown. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. All right, motion passes.
God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you. Okay, so, all right, just checking it, is Brittany Whitaker on the phone or on Zoom with us? Commissioners, I'm checking because we did get a message that she may not be able to make it today, and she would prefer that she's here for her hearing.
So.
So if she's not online.
No, she's, that's, SCI, or Science Care.
Oh.
Whitaker, not.
This is Brittany Whitaker.
Now, is she one of the 90 days that we have
No,
to?
she's not. She's one of the actual license applicants.
I move that we table the application of Brittany Whitaker. Second.
Okay.
We have to vote on that. So
And we have a motion on the floor for tabling the application for Ms. Brittany Whitaker by Commissioner Obiella. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Brown. Any discussion? Hey, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Commissioners, we have one more agenda item or two more, but would you all like to take a break to get something to eat or snack?
I would prefer to push through if possible, just some amount of time.
We're good.
Okay.
If possible.
Okay.
Smart enough to
Okay, we are moving on to agenda item number 12. This is involving our executive director search. We did post for the executive director job in April of this year, and it closed in July. I want to thank Ms. Brister for all of her help with this effort. And in every how she handled the screening process, we had 28 applicants. The work group was very hard on interviewing, lots of interviews, and you all should have received some information from Ms. Brister that showed the screening process and laid it out in detail. And so we are going to move forward with interviewing our candidate or our applicant, Mr. Scott Bingham, who is actually here with us today. And we would like to do this in closed session so we can have an interview. So it is now 1:27 p.m. and at this time, the commission will go into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 551.074 to discuss personnel matters. Under agenda item number 12. At this time, the commission requests that all commission members, AAG Legal Counsel, and Christine Brister head to the conference room next door. Could we just do it? No decisions were made while we were in closed session. Do I hear a motion?
Commissioner, I'd like to move that the commission hire Mr. Bingaman. Want to make sure I get it right. Mr. Bingaman is the commission's executive director at a rate of $107,948 for annum effective October 1, 2024.
And I would include a first name, Scott.
Scott. Scott Bingaman. Okay, so let me back up. We have, we will work with him on a start date. We have, that date is open, so we'll work with him on a start date. So it's not necessarily October 1st. On or before.
I have a motion by Commissioner Skapansky. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combas. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Okay, motion passes. Well, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our next agenda item. Commissioners, what I'd like to do is on agenda item number 13 and 14, I think we need to work with our staff and come up with, as they kind of reshape what's happening, we'll just email some proposed dates for another meeting that we'll have this year. Is that okay with everyone?
Yes.
All right, perfect. I have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Obiella, seconded by Commissioner Skapansky. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. All right, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.